Going to call to order the meeting the afternoon of December 7th. We have some folks online. Is that right, Tony? Are we still looking for a quorum? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and start then? Thank you. If you could start with the roll. Yes, please. Thank you.
On there, but she may not be at her microphone. Esparza? Here. Arenas? Arenas? Foley? Mahan?
Here.
Jones?
Present.
Licardo?
Present. Thank you. All right. If you're able to join us, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. It's my honor today to introduce Reverend Tyrone Partey, who's a senior pastor at Maranatha Christian Center, who I think we all know Maranatha has been such an important institution in the heart of our city. And Pastor Partey and his wife, I should say Dr. Partey and his wife, Pastor Alicia Partey, are serving an incredibly important community at Maranatha that we know provides incredible service for our community. They have had, now for 34 years, a food pantry, providing food and hygiene items. I'll try that again. And clothes for those who need any of those needs, employment for the less fortunate through Rhonda's clothing closet, operates 5 days a week. Once a month, they drive to homeless encampments around the city of San Jose with bags of food and other necessities. And thanks to the support of Pastor Party and many of their members and organizations, they have helped 280 households in October alone, 280 families, and provided 2,000 personal alarms to stop Asian hate. They recently organized a Thanksgiving giveaway where they provided turkeys, food, gift cards, and clothing to hundreds of families. Dr. Party received Bachelor of Science in Political Science from Augustana College. He graduated with a Master in Divinity and later a Doctor of Ministry in Pastoral Care and Counseling from Lutheran School of Theology. He was ordained in 1987, served as a senior pastor at 3 inner-city congregations in Chicago, Minneapolis, and Los Angeles. We're very fortunate to have him here in San Jose with his wife. He has also served as a prison chaplain in several cities. By the way, also in Norway. That's pretty extraordinary. And he and his wife got married in 2009, have been serving out here in California, and together they are proud parents of 7 children and 5 grandchildren. So we are so honored to have Dr. Party here with us and thank him for his leadership and service in our community.
Honored to be here, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, City Council, and residents of San Jose. As we come to the close of a new year, of this ending year, that was sometimes difficult and sometimes painful for us, let me come to you today and offer you some words of encouragement gathered from a true story. During the 1996 Olympics, an unknown gymnast, Carrie Strug, most of us don't even remember, she had the weight of the Olympic gold medal on her shoulders. All she had to do was make a successful vault, and the U.S. gymnastics team would win the gold medal. However, there was one problem. When she did her first vault, she sprained her ankle severely, and she could barely walk. She did not get the score that she needed for the team to win. And as she sat on the mat, tears began rolling down her face, and she cried for 2 reasons. One, she was in severe pain, and the second reason that she cried, in her mind, she began to think there was no way that she could continue, let alone make the score needed to win. But she still had another jump. She had another vault left. She got up and she began to limp towards the sidelines. She had all intentions of just going to the coach and saying, I give up, I can't do it. The pain outweighed everything, but her coach stood on the sidelines and started saying, you can do it, Carrie. You can do it. I believe you can do it. She limped, getting ready to do her second vault. She could not move without the pain racing from her nerves to her brain, and her brain now telling her it's not going to happen, it's not possible. She told an interviewer with tears in her eyes after the vault that all she could do is keep her eyes on the coach. He kept her from focusing on her ankle. She found strength from these encouraging words, you can do it. And I remember watching, I was over in Norway and I watched her as she took off running. I saw her flip on the vault. And I began to think, because I'm sure all Americans were looking that day, because we knew she had to nail the vault in order to win. She had to do this with an ankle injured, with pain racking her entire body. She nailed the vault. And she scored enough points for the U.S. team to win the gold in gymnastics. I want you to hear this as 2021 comes to a close. We here in San Jose, we have endured a year of pain. We've endured a year of loss. We've endured a year of tragedy, another year of COVID, another year of restrictions that have altered our daily walk. But as Carrie Strug learned, encouragement changes performance. And so I want to encourage you, the City Council of San Jose, the residents of this great city to continue to look for San Jose to be a better place and to make decisions and policies that make this place a winning place, a place where we can live in safety, a place where we can live in hope. City Council, your decisions carry with it the weight of every resident, every citizen, and every visitor who comes to this city. So I want to encourage you to decide beyond the tragedies and beyond the pain. You can do it. And we can make this city a better place for everyone. Thank you, and may God lead and guide us in doing just that.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Pastor, we're going to ask you to come back every week. Yes. Thank you. That was wonderful.
Can you hold on a moment?
Sure.
The Zoom broadcast has no audio.
Okay.
And with our new rules, we cannot conduct the meeting unless the Zoom is working.
Okay.
So hold on a few minutes.
All right. Everybody take a break.
It's a new state rule. So it's not my rule.
Tony?
Yes.
Oh, it includes ceremonial items? Oh,
Well, yes.
we'll wait.
Huh. No?
I'm not positive about the ceremonial, but I know that action items.
We'll check in with
We can
council.
wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can wait a few minutes.
There's no audio.
Is our audio coming through?
All right, we have a signal. Houston, can you hear us?
Can Councilmember Carrasco speak? I think she had some audio issues too.
I can hear you.
Oh, we can hear you. That's a good sign.
Okay, so audio is working.
I just accidentally ended the meeting. I've
There'll be
never
some of
done
us will be
that.
relieved.
Sorry.
That means it's 2 a.m.
That's right. Am I
It's
that
new.
delirious?
No, it's. I'm opening it now. It won't take long. There we go.
Okay, well, we're getting that back up.
I would just
I
like
think
to say, in
Councilmember
2 years
Esparza and I.
of doing this is like the first time I've done that, so.
No, I agree. It's a rare one. So, Councilmember Esparza and I will make our way down, and we can invite the youth ambassadors to join us, and then we'll get going as soon as the Zoom's up and running. The Santee Project Hope youth ambassadors.
Yes. I was trying to unshare his screen.
Ambassadors in the Santee community. The Project Hope Youth Ambassadors Program, which operates in partnership with San Jose Works, serves to train and educate future leaders in our city through enhancing skill.
Yes.
Through enhancing skills in community organizing.
I can hear you.
Okay.
I don't hear the chambers.
Oh, poor Deb. Can we mute them? no offense, but can we mute them until that gets figured out? Did we get that? Okay, great. So Project San Jose Works serves to train and educate future leaders in our city through enhancing skills in community organizing and event planning, while providing a valuable opportunity for career exploration and employment preparation. We're also looking at hiring people for the city. We're looking at through the Resilience Corps and opening up other opportunities within our city and careers within our city. So youth ambassadors engage underserved communities, such as the Santee neighborhood, and helps connect them to resources while learning about local government, future employment opportunities, and acquiring job skills. Our youth ambassadors being commended today worked in the Santee community, one of the most underserved neighborhoods in our city, and the only neighborhood in the city subject to a housing and public safety injunction. This is a community that needs strong community leadership and advocates. And fortunately, we have a strong neighborhood association and Project Hope that is in Santee building community and local leadership. Our ambassadors being honored today include Luis Martinez Angeles, a senior at Mount Pleasant High School, who completed the spring and summer cohorts, contributing over 200 hours to the Santee community. Rebecca Gomez is a senior at ACE Charter School, who after completing the Youth Ambassadors Program, not only continues to be active in the Santee community, but has joined the McLaughlin Area Tenants Board. All right. So we are honoring two ambassadors also who weren't able to join us today, and we have their wonderful commendations, and we'll present that to them in the neighborhood later. But I wanted to share a couple things. So Luis referred to his younger brother, a sophomore in Mount Pleasant, for the summer cohort. And his brother Alexis spent over 100 hours working in the Santee community and will be returning for another cohort. And Alejandro Villagomez is a junior at ACE Charter High School, and since completing the summer cohort, he has continued to volunteer in the Santee community with Project Hope, and built a little pipeline here because has referred his younger brother to join the next cohort as well. So to Luis and Rebecca, thank you for your dedication and commitment to improving our neighborhoods and helping develop not just yourselves, but other folks in the community so that we can all be raised up in the Santee neighborhood. Thank you. Did you want to say anything? Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Luis. I just want to say thank you for this, and it's a pleasure to work with the Project Hope and help the community. Thank you.
All right, now I know Councilmember Pross would like to present a commendation to Sunday Friends. They're on Zoom right now. So let me just check in. Would you like to do that from your seat there?
Yeah, I think we do.
Okay.
Better. All right, and Tony, if you see James McCaskill on there, if you can bring him over. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So today we are here to recognize Sunday Friends Foundation for all they have and continue to do for our communities here in San Jose. Founded in 1997, Sunday Friends works to empower very low-income families in San Jose to break the generational cycle of poverty by fostering positive development in children and working with their parents to invest in their children's life and success. Sunday Friends is celebrating 25 years of service this year and has supported thousands of families through enrichment programs such as financial literacy, nutrition and wellness, digital skills, and pathways to college. Sunday Friends has made a significant pivot to offering online programs during the pandemic and has continued to serve various underserved communities throughout our city. It is my pleasure to be able to recognize Sunday Friends for 25 years of service and for their continued dedication of providing support and opportunities of positive development in children who live in low-income communities throughout the city of San Jose. And it's a pleasure of mine to be able to invite James McCaskill, who is joining us by Zoom. He is the Executive Director for Sunday Friends, and he's would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Council. It's a great privilege to be here today to receive this commendation from Councilmember Perales. I feel like I'm just a steward of a few years out of those 25 years. And I think I should say a huge thank you to everyone at the City of San Jose, to the council members present in years past, to numerous community groups who have made these 25 years possible. And also a tremendous thank you and commendation to our founder, Janice Barron, who began this program by taking her 3 kids to volunteer at a family homeless shelter in San Jose way back in 1997. So something that grew out of a mother's heart for her children to learn service in the community has grown into an organization that has served and supported thousands of families over these last 25 years. Like for everyone, it's been a challenge for our organization, but even more so for the families we serve during COVID. But it's also been a tremendous time that we've built out a really successful online education program, which has meant helping families cross that digital divide that everyone in the city knows so well. And but overall, it's a privilege to serve as the executive director during this time. It's amazing to see the enthusiasm and the transformation of the hundreds of families we serve each year, and we want to give an immense amount of gratitude to the city and for many partners, many agencies, many supporters who have made this mission possible. As we look towards 2022, we are launching a new strategy toward focusing on economic mobility and helping families gain the skills, the resources, build development to move the needle on economic mobility in their lives and their community. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for this time today. Thank you for your support.
Thank you very much, James. And I have the commendation signed by the mayor and the full council, which we will drop off to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, James. Thanks for all the great work from you and all the volunteers at Sunday Friends. Okay, we're on to orders of the day. Anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? I'm just getting online now, Tony, so help me if anyone's got a hand up.
I have no hands.
Okay. All right, then. There's no changes. We'll move forward to the closed session report. Nora?
Thank you, Mayor. We have a settlement of a claim from a automobile out at the airport involving an airport vehicle. And it was brought by Geico on as subrogate of their insured. And we are settling the claim for $17,531.90. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is the consent calendar. There are several items I know that council members expressed desire to pull. First, Councilmember Sparza would like to pull items 211 and 214. 211 is the update on Eviction Prevention Help Center and expansion of legal support and services. And 214 are actions related to food distribution agreements. Councilmember Perales has indicated that he needs to recuse himself from item D under 214. I'd like to pull item 2.16, which is the traffic impact fee report. Are there other items to be pulled? And again, ask Tony if she could help me with any hands up on Zoom. I'm just trying to get it up now. The Zoom screen.
There are no hands on Zoom.
Okay, great. We will then go first to item 211, Councilmember Sparsley would like to speak on the update on Eviction Prevention Help Center and expansion of legal support and services.
Thank you, Mayor. I had some questions. I don't know if someone from housing can answer that. Thank you. So I had some questions. So today we have the legal support services. What is the update on the recommendation for opening a third eviction prevention help center, either pop-up or permanent?
Hi, Reagan Henninger, the Deputy Director of the Housing Department. So on 2.11, the staff recommendation is not to open a third eviction prevention help center at this time. The reason being is a couple reasons. First, since council provided the direction to come back with a cost and a recommendation, the county has opened what they call a services hub, and it's on Center Road. And one of the services that they provide there is rental assistance.
Is this the one on Center or the one on Story? You mean the one on
Story.
Story, right? Yeah.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Okay.
And then the other reason was we are finding that our pop-ups providing rental assistance throughout the community are pretty effective at reaching very targeted places and people. And then third, just the time it would take to find a third site and to also hire staff for that site, we think would just take too long.
Okay, that's helpful because I also think the pop-ups have been working. I talked to the Franklin McKinley District Office folks to get their feedback, and they're seeing, well, it might not be a deluge, that people are steadily going there in person. And I've seen it as I've been out there. I've seen just the steady kind of, so it's not like a line of 500 people every morning, but it's a steady stream of folks who get help. On the Story Road, I'm hoping that we can partner with the county, and the nonprofit folks have done a really great job of trying to kind of get the word out about that site. But as you drive past it, it's a fence and then a driveway, and a lot of folks drive past it. And I'm not sure it's as well utilized as some of the pop-ups. And I had a question on the technology tools, because the reason we're doing the pop-ups is because the technology is confusing, and there are a lot of questions, and there are a lot of personal experiences that kind of need to be sorted. It can be a complicated process, and that's why having a live person who's knowledgeable or a supervisor on site. I mean, I've witnessed many huddles to kind of try and figure that out. And it's, I don't think we can get away from having in-person support. Can you talk more about the technology tools? Because the whole reason we're doing in-person is because most of the folks that have been accessing rental assistance locally don't have access to technology, and it has been a barrier in the past.
That's right. So we definitely see a direct correlation between the people who are coming in to access that in-person help. The vast majority of them are 30% or below AMI, have no income, and often have either technology barriers to accessing the application, or they may just have need some language assistance or support. And that's where we think the in-person services help. Does that answer your question?
Well, it mentioned that city staff is developing technology tools. And so that's what I was hoping to hear about, how we're going to integrate that with our in-person outreach, because that in-person component is so critical. It's why we're doing everything that we're doing with all the nonprofit partners in the county, is to get out there in front of folks.
Is it the, like the Simply Gov and the
Simply Gov,
311?
311 and
I-
Top
There's
Cities.
a
Yeah,
third.
Top Cities is the third.
Yes. Those are all tools that we're working on that we hope will sort of make things easier.
Is that easier for advocates or, I mean, I'm a little I guess I just want to be reassured that we're not going to stop doing in-person
Oh, no, we're
support and
not
outreach
stopping
because,
in
okay.
person at all. And I think, you know, I think we'll even keep supplementing the in-person services that are available to not just include rental assistance, but to include access to legal services and support. Or even, I think it was Councilmember Arenas that wanted to see, you know, referrals to other programs like parks programs or library
The
programs.
scholarships,
Or other,
yeah,
other
yeah,
types
yeah.
of social services or even city programs that households might be eligible for.
Okay, I understand better now. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Mayor, should I make a motion on everything or should we wait until we're done?
Let's hold up on the motion until we get through the other items.
Okay, happy to wait. Thank you,
Right.
Reagan.
We can certainly hear public comment on this item, though, 2.11, which is update on eviction prevention help center. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Cohen wanted to be heard. Forgive me.
Yeah, thank you. I want to first express my appreciation in Jackie and Reagan and the Housing Department for giving us this update. This is an important item that we've been talking about for a long time, and I really appreciate that you're proposing to move forward with the cost benefit analysis for the right to counsel, as council members Perales, Arenas, and I requested in September, and the council agreed. I am confident that the analysis will reflect the findings that are across the country that guaranteeing a right to counsel drives down eviction rates, prevents homelessness, and saves money. We know that 25% of our homeless are homeless because they are evicted and can't pay rent. I have no illusions that this will be cheap. As San Francisco found out, it costs about $1 million a year. That's not small, but we spent $5 million in 2019 alone just on abating homeless encampments, not all the homelessness response, but just abatements. So I'm hopeful that we can invest just a fifth of that money, maybe in creating a program like this that will help prevent homelessness in the first place for some. I recognize that San Jose is in a different place in San Francisco. I know that you've come back with a report that says that there's not enough legal advocates. There's a shortage of these programs. So I'm hopeful that as we move forward, that we'll work with the county and other nonprofit legal organizations around the Bay Area and beyond to build up the necessary infrastructure so that we can have more comprehensive legal services to offer our most vulnerable residents. So I wanted to take the opportunity, since this was pulled, just to thank you for pursuing it, for putting the resources into doing the study, and I look forward to hearing how that pans out as you move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to members of the community now.
Claire Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for this item. Thanks for the words of Councilperson Esparza asking about 311 services, not only for advocacy, but for everyday community. 311 had some really good initial intentions of trying to work towards reimagine and equity before those terms became more regular after the George Floyd events. There was really good intentions with 311, and Councilperson Esparza really did a nice job asking what can be choices for low-income people of low income and homeless at this time to access those things. It's important for myself to be considering the subsidy process that we're going through is growing much larger, and that allows us a bit more availability of funding for good practices of our homeless programs that we've always done well, and now it's a time we can really do some really good work with it, and these are the efforts we're doing with it right now. Good luck in those efforts. Let me see, I have got 30 seconds, so I will continue. to politely offer, from this good subsidy ideas that are available to us now, in a year's time, those subsidies are going to ask to start to be used for things like urban villages and to be used for large developers. I think we should start to question that now and be prepared for that conversation. And I think we have to continue just the good practices that was talked about here today towards the future of subsidy. And this is how we talk about the future of equity, basically. Thank you.
Paul Soto?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Good afternoon, Council. Thank you, Blair, for that input. Also, Councilwoman Esparza and Cohen, you're accurately assessing what's at stake, what's necessary, and the obligations of the city to ameliorate it. And so I want to thank you for that, for articulating clearly. There are others, though, in this city that seem to think that these are things that they have a choice around. And your choice, you absolutely must allocate the funding, okay? And it must come from these funds that are coming in, because Liccardo, Crosco, and Perales, Jones, and Jimenez, they got their eyeballs on it, and they want to evict people and claim eminent domain on the east side in order to do it, and pay the lawyers off to do it. Okay, so we're going to talk about COVID. We're going to talk about equity. You're going to want to keep that in your mouth. Okay. Well, this is where the funding comes from. That COVID money that's coming in, it goes directly to this fund, because the people that are going to be impacted most, if you take an assessment of the situation, you're going to see a direct line to COVID issues. Okay, and so this must be a symbiotic relationship between the funding stream and these types of programs being solvent and ensuring their solvency, because it's going to accelerate at an exponential rate. Every year, it's going to compound like interest. The other thing is that I would like to acknowledge Rebecca and Luis, that what it is that you are doing. The one thing that I was taught when I was a youngster growing up in the Horseshoe is that you protect the barrio. That's what you do. You protect the people. You protect your people. You take your education, do whatever it is you can to obtain it, and then you bring it back to the barrio for the benefit.
Tessa Woodmansey?
Thank you. Okay, good. Do I see my time? I don't see my little clock. Let me see. Oh, okay. No clock. All right, but you hear me, right? There's no clock. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. All right, good. Yeah, well, I mean, in terms of housing and COVID issues, and in regards to that, the way it impacts my neighborhood, and I've been saying this a lot, I don't have a clock, is that, that we are been financializing our lands for profit for the city. And we had an example of that right there at 615 Stockton Avenue, when we had a proposed housing development. It was a multiple housing, and it was denied. And that's where, it really goes, everything goes back to our planning of how we're planning. And it was denied because there was a lot of rules that were put in place just recently, adjusting our general plan 2040, which focuses on jobs. And that focus on jobs is where it's really hurting our community. And we have to start focusing on basic needs and survival. That's where we're at. And that, right now my husband's working on building a cistern so we can have water. I mean, these are the things that we have to be facing, and we're not. And we're talking about these externalities and these big ideas of hotels. And we have to start putting it back to housing. And we have to look at our general plan that says no to housing. And you say you're doing that you care about our housing, but it's not showing in our general plan. And that's, a problem. And then, even in terms of COVID, when we bring hotels into our neighborhood, that exposes us to COVID. That's not what we need to have in our communities. So building resilient neighborhoods that have, we've been saying we want neighbors, not transients. We want housing, not hotels. And
Jane Wong? Jane Wong?
Hi, sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Jane Wong from the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. I'm calling to support the recommendation from the Housing Department to authorize a cost-benefit analysis of a right to counsel program in San Jose. A cost-benefit analysis will provide a critical foundation for understanding what a right to counsel program would entail, what that would cost the city, and in return, what savings the city would recoup by investing in it. Studies of right to counsel programs have proven that there is a high return on investment for local governments that provide attorneys to low-income tenants facing eviction. We are confident that a cost-benefit analysis would find the same to be true in our city. Let's save people's homes and save money in the process. Thank you.
Andrew Bigelow?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Andrew. I'm an organizer at Silicon Valley Debug, but I'm also a tenant in San Jose. Pretty much everybody I know is tenants. I'm speaking today in support of this recommendation to do the cost-benefit analysis and to look into the option and the ability to run a right to counsel program. This is as much as it's just like Jane said, there's a lot of indications and studies that these are actually cost-saving programs for cities and counties when they do implement them. Then on top of that, it's an ethical and moral issue as well. We live in the most expensive place in the world, and this is such a basic protection for the most poor and most vulnerable from this city. So I think it's really important. I encourage everybody on the council to approve this and to move this forward. Lastly, I want to give two recommendations. One is I think the city of San Jose and you all need to be collaborating with the county to flesh this out and to think through this. And then second, I would encourage that when searching for a consultant, that you maybe reach out to San Francisco and because they've already been through this process, and I know that they already had their cost-benefit analysis that eventually led to the eviction defense collaboration running their right to counsel program in San Francisco. And I would highly encourage reaching out to them and possibly using that consultant. Thank you.
Victor Vasquez?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Victor Vasquez, co-executive director at Somos Mayfair. I also urge you to consider and move forward this cost-benefit analysis, and also, like the previous caller mentioned, these are not just moral, but these are changes in the way that we think about justice. When we put funding, when we put initiatives, when we put solutions that center those that have the least, that's making racial and social justice interaction. So in behalf of our families, I would also encourage you all to pursue that as we're facing potential evictions in the near future. And San Jose is not going to be who it is without our community. So I urge you to protect our most vulnerable communities and vote yes on this project. Thank you.
Jill Borders?
Hi, thank you. Yes, first I just want to say that I am 100% in favor of the right to counsel situation in San Jose. It's imperative, it really is. But I do want to echo what Councilmember Cohen said, which is that we absolutely need to prevent anyone from becoming homeless in the first place. And this can be done in so many ways, but I feel like we're just missing a little bit here. In regard to the urban villages that Blair Beekman brought up, and back in 2016, I just took it upon myself. I was so frustrated at the displacement situation along Winchester that I went and knocked on, 80 doors over on Dudley Apartments, one by one, and said, do you know what's happening here? You need to start participating in the displacement that's happening around you. Do you know where you're gonna go? Do you know how you're gonna get there? Have you looked at the vacancy rate? We need to be very practical about these things. I just, some of them were like, oh, wow, I should look for another place. And then realized, oh, wow, there is nowhere to go. Some just said, geez, I don't even have money for a U-Haul. So I would call call the housing trust and try to get money for U-Haul. They have nothing. No one has anything, you know. Some people just needed $200 to, they could leave. They could get out of here. And we're not talking about that. That drives me crazy. So I also talked to tons of people at the Gray Star building over on Winchester that went in. And I watched people literally say to me, well, we're just going to live in our car for a little while. I'm sure something will come up. I knew 5 people from that project that lived in their car. It makes me crazy. So what we need to do, if there's redevelopment, we need to absolutely make it imperative with the developer that they understand what's at stake. No one should be evicted without knowing that they're going from a roof to roof situation. Thank you.
After our next speaker, we're going to be limiting comment to 1 minute. So Wesker Castro, you can proceed. And then after that, all comment will be limited to 1 minute because we've got an enormous amount of work to do between now and midnight. We got to get it all done. Mr. Castro?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Wesker Castro, Working Partnerships. We'd want to first extend our gratitude and appreciation to Housing Department for all the great work that's been done on these efforts towards eviction protection. And in particular, we'd love to applaud the efforts on moving forward with exploring right to counsel and specifically this cost assessment. Just one thing to point out is that there are studies that have shown that over time, cities with right to counsel programs will be saving money on not having to do other different efforts such as abatement, things of other sorts like of that nature. So we really do think that right to counsel is a really crucial policy to put in place in order to give tenants that opportunity to have legal representation going through the eviction process. We look forward to this continued process and hope that we can get through some of these administrative programming hurdles in order to implement this very important program. Thank you very much.
Brian? Brian?
I'm here. Sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I wanted to talk about the eviction thing. I was part of the Winchester Ranch thing, and I can't go too much into it, and I'm not faulting anybody there was, but I didn't have any help with any of the trying to read I have vision problems, lost my sight, stuff like that. And I know that shouldn't bother the developer, and it doesn't at all. It is that, I wound up having to move, thought I had everything set up, and then I wound up having to move because I misread my deed. It's not on them, it's on me. I'm taking all the blame for it. It's a good project. But a lot of people, it wasn't this grand old project. A lot of people had to take a buyout soon. A lot of people died. They didn't know where they were going to live. And then finally, and I understand everybody has that situation when these things happen, and it had to happen, and I get all that. But there does need to be, it really is life-changing. Not that it matters, because it doesn't.
Back to the council.
Thank you. I just had one quick question about the law clinic. I know this is something, obviously, it's work ahead. And Reagan, I'm sorry to ask you or anyone from housing come back down, but the question was, I'm a little concerned about the startup cost of getting something running. And of course, we know there's an Alexander Law Clinic that with Santa Clara University and others that are up and running. Are we actually thinking about starting something new, or are we looking to partner?
Hi, Mayor. Thanks for the question. We're actually looking to partner
Great.
with a school that already has functioning law clinics.
Great.
The school may not have a tenant or tenant rights law clinic, but they already have other types of clinics in place.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And let me know if I can help in any way with the outreach on that.
Thanks.
I'm happy to try. Okay. Councilor Cohen, your hand was up. Was that from before? Okay, great. Let's move on then to item 214, which are actions related to food distribution agreements. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I had some questions about the food and the audit, so I don't know who wants to go first. Is Joe out there? Should I put on my glasses? There you go. Oh, that helps.
Joe.
Now I can see.
Joe's coming
There's
down.
Joe.
I should note a mistake was made that I made in the record. Councilmember Pross is going to recuse himself from item G, as in go. Okay.
Joe Roy, City Auditor. So thanks for the question. So on our current work plan, which is approved by the Rules Committee in August, we have an audit related to COVID-19 recovery expenditures. At the time, we left the scope open. I'm intending to start that probably after the beginning of the next calendar year. I'll have a team freeing up. Note concerns in your October 29th memo with Councilmember Arenas around the transparency and accountability around dispersal and use of funds, in particular around the food service program. We can take that in consideration and do the best we can to address those during the course of the audit. And like in all of our audits, I'll be sending out a message to all of you with announcing that we'll be kicking it off, and we can talk then to if there's any further concerns, questions, or details you'd want us to dig into. So that's basically the update. We'll be starting shortly.
So it'll be starting after the first of the year, and you can do food first. Is that correct?
The intent, we'll try, again, as I said, we'll take a look at it and see whether it's just food or if it's a broader scope, but we'll address your concerns in that project.
Okay, and I think just it's important to have some transparency for the community. There were some questions, and I think we just need to put it out there so everybody
Absolutely.
can see it and go through it. So it's not just for the council, but really for the public.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
No problem.
Is John here? There we go. I didn't need my glasses for that one, in case anybody was wondering. Hi, John. I have a couple of questions. One, I wanted to ask more about the, on page 5, about the emergency shelf-stable stockpile reserve. So we have 45,000 shelf-stable meals from Revolution Foods that we're using for the city's senior nutrition program. Is that correct? Can you tell me a little bit more about that? And I also would like to address the expiration issues as well.
Sure. Yeah, my pleasure. John Cicerelli, Director, Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. Actually, I think the memo you're reading off was the one from November. So.
Oh, right. Yeah, it's an old number. Sorry.
Another month has passed, so
Yeah.
we're probably closer to 35,000 than 45 at this point. What we've been doing with those meals is using them as supplements when we have long weekends, holidays, for example, Thanksgiving, and it's supplemental to whatever meal the seniors are picking up. Usually at the end of the week or Thanksgiving, it would have been Wednesday of that week. They pick up their regular meal. We give them some of those if they want them, just so they have a little extra to get them through the weekend. That's how we've been using those. And we're using those at a clip of about 9,000 a month. So at that rate, we'll probably be out of those by the end of March, is our estimation. With respect to the expiration, they don't last forever. They're generally in the 3 to 6 month range. But what we have is an agreement with the vendor that if they're getting close to expiration, then they use from that stockpile, they use them immediately to deliver to people, other clients that they have, so that they're done before they expire, and they replace ours, so we always have an unexpired cash.
Okay, and does that happen monthly, or how regular of a basis does that?
Do they rotate out?
Do they rotate?
It's based on the expiration. There's varying expirations depending on the types of food they're using. Some might last 3, some might last 6. So I don't know that there's a specific schedule that we're aware of. Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. So by the end of the March, we will have used it all up, and we won't have to find ways.
That's our expectation, unless something changes, obviously.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I had a question about Off the Grid. Off the Grid has been an amazing program. I know I and my staff, as I'm sure many of us here, have gone out to volunteer and seen the beautiful food boxes of produce and items from local farms, and folks delivering food where folks that had lost their jobs before doing deliveries. And it's just, and the quality of everything has been amazing. Disappointed to see the Off the Grid, their contract ends differently than the other contracts. Why is that?
Yeah, there's 2 main reasons there. And just to go backwards 1 week, I wasn't here obviously last week, but up till last week, everybody was ending at the end of March. Council made some different decisions, so that's why we're here with these adjustments today. With Off the Grid, when we were looking at them, first of all, their costs far exceed the cost of any other provider per meal, substantially. And Off the Grid to us, has a pretty good off-ramp plan in terms of finding other programs for people in their program. So we had some confidence that they can get pretty well even by the end of March. That said, you know, if it's the council's desire to either continue that or work with them, we've got some time to do it. They're still funded all the way through the end of March. So there's time if the council's desire is to go back and either fund them for the rest of the year, or say we could take their current funding in March, split it in half. Again, we're trying to encourage and or incentivize the food groups to figure out a way to not rely on the city for the funding right now. So it's a tricky dance that we have to play because the need does not seem to be disappearing. It's somewhat stable, but it's quite a bit higher than it was prior to the pandemic. So it's still a problem that we have to solve in the end, whether we extend off the grid or anybody else. You know, at some point, the money runs out from the city side unless we identify a new funding source. So they're kind of wrapped up in the larger problem, but we felt like they were in a better position. And because they were more expensive, we weren't recommending them in this supplemental to tend to be on March.
So I'm concerned because not only is it an economic benefit for the farms and all that kind of stuff, but I've been to many, and I go to many food distribution sites. I have a lot in my district. You know, we know that our supply chain is stretched, right? All the nonprofits in our community are stretched. Coming into the holidays, for folks that can donate, that they can volunteer, please do so, because the nonprofits we've been relying on they just have nowhere to go. That's why we're helping, right? And I've seen things level off for a while, but then I've seen a change in quality, or something goes first and then a family has to live for a week off of very little. Particularly earlier in the pandemic, or in some sites, the food is different than in other sites. And I would challenge us all to live off of and feed all of our families off of a food box or two for a week. It's heartbreaking, especially seeing that the need is not subsiding. The need has leveled off, but the need is enormous. And we have a lot of folks who are still underemployed in our city and are relying on these boxes. And so I have a question. I don't know what that sound is from, but okay. I have a question for.
There's some singing.
It is. It's Opera in the Park right here in San Jose. So I had a question for the city manager, which is that I'm concerned about the quality of food. I think Councilmember Carrasco and I had a little contest going over who could enroll the most people in off the grid, and it had a limit. Like, we couldn't go super crazy, but we had a little contest going, and we went out, and I'll tell you, my staff did a lot of outreach in making sure that folks that we knew that were in really tough spots or had medical issues or whatever, that we could make sure that they got off the grid because of that quality of the food and the consistency of the food. And it wasn't like all prepackaged kind of stuff. And so how can we, if this need still exists, how can we amend this as needed, or at least keep it through what we're doing for everybody else? Do I need to amend it, make a motion to amend it now, or can staff come back so that we're treating off the grid the same way we're treating the health trust or other plans?
I would recommend that maybe council give us the direction to go back and talk with off the grid and see what we can work out. Since we wouldn't know that amount today, we wouldn't know what to amend it to be, other than if you want to direct us to find some way to extend it through June, if that was the goal. You could simply just say whatever they're getting now, give them that for the fourth quarter, and we could sort of leave it at that. So a couple options there probably.
So if we have them go back and talk to off the grid, does that need to come back to council, or could we authorize that? Would we be slowing things down or hurrying things up?
I don't think either, because they're already extended through the end of March. So we have time to work it out. We would have to bring it back.
Okay, yeah,
council,
then
we've got time to do that.
okay, I'll make a motion to extend them through June with the Health Trust and the Food Bank and the Conservation Corps and all the other groups that we're doing now. And then that way, when it comes back to council, there's a more cohesive and frankly equal plan moving forward.
Second.
John, I just want to make sure there's enough budget, you say? You confirm that there's enough budget, so you don't need to relook at the
You know, I
amounts
don't
with the
know.
other contracts. That's my
I'm
concern.
gonna ask CJ Ryan. She's our administrative
Okay, I just want,
officer.
we need to be clear on that.
Okay, because the vast majority of households that get this food, with no disrespect to my colleagues, the vast majority are in 95116, 95122, and I'm forgetting another zip code. I think we had 95111 we focused on. Anyway, it's we've been focused on a few really hard hit neighborhoods in the east side.
Hi, good afternoon. CJ Ryan, Interim Administrative Officer for PRNS. To answer the question, we're currently funding off the grid at just shy of $2.2 million for Q3 of this fiscal year, and we do not have enough budget to extend their funding past March.
That's what I was concerned perhaps about. So maybe we, bring, if that's the recommendation, we bring back an amended, we'd have to relook at the numbers on all the contracts, correct, John?
Well, all the contracts that are in front of you now.
They're all through June.
That's based on the direction we got last week. So those are all set through the end of June. The only one we didn't extend was off the grid. They're only through March. So 2.2 million would be what would have to come up extra to extend them to the end of June at the rate we're currently compensating them.
So I think that's a conversation worth happening. I forgot. So it's 95122, 95116, 95111, and I can't forget 95127. These are all east side zip codes that are the vast majority of the clients for off the grid.
Yeah, but I guess my point is that,
so do I,
well, I guess if the amount of money that's in this contract for 2.14 is enough, what we believe would carry us all the way through June through these contractors, it seems like we would have to adjust these contractors to provide money for off the grid. So, because I assume that you had those zip codes covered in this item, correct?
Yeah, well, off the grid definitely focuses more on census designated tracts, but all the need is in census designated tracts, frankly, or almost all of it. So, it's definitely outside the appropriation, the amount of money that we've been given to work with through ARP. But if we were to take it from others to sort of balance everybody out, then that would spread some pain across everybody more than we're already. So that would be a tricky balance, I would think. I think it would work better if we could have the additional funding, but again, not knowing really what off the grid's needs are. For example, would they be willing to take some lesser amount? Because again, we're trying to wean the providers off. So, the more fully funded, frankly, that we keep until June 30th, the taller that cliff is on June 30th for everybody. And we haven't solved for that problem yet.
so could we perhaps then, instead of just automatically extending it through June, what would it mean to go back and have that discussion with off the grid? Because there's also a difference between meals and boxes. So even if this needs to come back to council, I know you guys, I'm sorry, but this is important. If that contract could then come back to us so that we could look at what is out there and what options to renegotiate so we could still serve these communities because they're still hard hit.
Could I offer a suggestion? I don't know if the timing works or not, but I know you do need time to go back to off the grid. If perhaps that could be brought back as part of the mid-year.
Yeah, that's January, right? So that would be
A
2
little
months.
later.
It'd be like,
Early
it'd be
February.
February.
sorry.
The report would be issued end of January, but you'd be hearing that the second week in February. or so.
Second week of February, so it would
So-
still be before March.
Yeah,
Mhm.
25.
Yeah, I'd be open to that. We just need to let them know so that we don't stress them out.
That work for you,
Is that what
John?
Yeah, that's fine with
Okay.
us. We'll
Is
negotiate.
this seconder okay with that change in the motion?
Would you, I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
I think the
The-
return,
It would be to direct the city manager to negotiate with off the grid and bring it back as part of mid-year budget review in the second week of February.
Yes, that's fine.
okay. All right, that's the motion then. And I just note that we'll also be having conversations with the county between now and then as well. It may be helpful and informative.
Yeah, we meet with them in fact next week on this very issue.
Thank you. And Mayor, should we do this separately? Because we have to pull G, right, for Councilmember Peralez? How do you want to handle this?
Well, Councilmember Peralez wanted to speak, so let me ask him to weigh in first.
Okay, sorry, I'll let him do it then.
Yeah, I just wanted to make it clear. So my wife is employee of the health trust, and so I just need to recuse myself from that. So whatever the motion can be, if we can exclude that, maybe you guys can vote on that second.
All right, so I think it's a request for a splitting the motion.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, so we'll take item G after this initial motion. So why don't we go ahead and vote separately?
Mayor, can I just say a
yes.
couple things? on
Councilmember
this one?
Crosco, yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. And I just want to thank you, Councilmember Esparza, for pulling this item and speaking on it. And I just want to thank Casey Hill also for alerting me to this item. It really went under the radar for me, and I apologize. We've been dealing with some of the other issues, but just a few things on off the grid. As Councilmember Esparza had just mentioned, there's such a critical partner in our district for those zip codes that were just mentioned, and for the families that truly depend on these boxes. Of course, some of us, have the capacity to do without them, and for some of these families, it's a true lifesaver. So I appreciate the motion that's on the floor, and hope that the council will approve it. I understand that, as we move forward and the year moves on, and we're looking at budget items, things are going to get a little bit rougher than they were even just a year ago. But this partnership has been invaluable. It sits squarely in the middle of my district, and on the corner of three real essential districts that have been dealing with the pandemic head on. So I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Great. All right, now, Tony.
Just to clarify, this is just on item 2.14 A through F, then this motion, right? Okay.
That's right.
Paul Soto?
I thought we were going to vote.
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Now, do you know why I don't want these items on the consent calendar? Do you hear it? I want to thank Councilman Peralez, because I'm standing right here in front of the Moekma mural. I'm standing right in front of it, looking at it. It is beautiful. It's gorgeous, consistent with my raza. So what I want to tell you, Peralez, Cicerelli, and Licardo, you guys are just, are you going to keep on with the sociopathic kind of mentality that you're having towards our seniors who built San Jose? This is a cohort that built this city in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. They give their life to San Jose. And you want to discuss whether or not this is a valid issue? Councilwoman Esparza, I need to reassess my opinion of you, because this is precisely.
Claudia Damiani?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Claudia Damiani, soy la directora de programas en Bellilution. Estoy llamando para solicitar la continuación del programa de distribución de cajas de alimentos San José COVID Food Relief Program hasta junio del 2022. Este programa ofrece una alternativa de desarrollo económico para pequeños productores agrícolas en nuestra comunidad, aquellos que desde el inicio del 2020 han sido muy fuertemente impactados por la crisis económica y el cierre de restaurantes y cafeterías. Al inicio de la pandemia fuimos testigos de cómo nuestro sistema de alimentos claudicó y todos experimentamos la ansiedad de ver anaqueles vacíos en los supermercados. Un sistema de alimentos basado en el éxito y la diversidad de agricultores locales es un símbolo de comunidad resiliente, capaz de adaptarse y enfrentar crisis como la pandemia, incendios forestales y cambio climático. Este programa ha servido de canal para inyectar $5 millones en la economía de pequeños productores agrícolas en el Valle de Santa Clara. Por este motivo, considero vital que continuemos brindando alternativas para fomentar un modelo económico de recuperación responsable que prioriza comunidades y vecinos.
I do not have interpreters at this time. I have them at 5 o'clock. I know several of you speak Spanish. Does anybody want to recap it or say if she was speaking in support?
Just to clarify for those who didn't hear, apparently we have translators coming at 5 p.m., but not yet. Okay. I'll just ask if any of my colleagues would like to summarize public comment. They're willing.
It was a statement in support.
Okay.
Didn't take notes. Sorry.
That's very accurate.
That's fine.
It was certainly that, yes.
I feel like at least you guys know if it was in support or not.
Okay.
I have 6 hands up. Emily Schwing, followed by Gabriel.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. My name is Emily Schwing, and I'm the Public Affairs Director at Vegelution. Just 3 weeks ago, the Council voted to protect Coyote Valley for the use of agricultural purposes. The future farmers of that land are the exact women and men that we prioritize working with our San Jose Food Relief Farm Box project in partnership with Off the Grid. Over the last 14 months, we have worked with local farmers who drop off produce every morning for our staff and volunteers to pack for distribution to those who need it most in San Jose. We've been able to direct more than $5 million to these farmers for produce that they grow. This model, the model that you have generously supported, is part of the resilient food system that City of San Jose needs to invest in. A system that prioritizes local farms, prioritizes sustainably grown, culturally relevant produce, and prioritizes organizations centering the community at the heart of the work. This model is not just a response, it is a way that we need to move forward when we think about food access and insecurity here in San Jose. Thank you.
Gabriel?
Hello, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, again, just in support, Gabriel with the Si Se Puede Collective, again, just to support the farmers of Off the Grid, and again, taking that time to work with Vegelution to figure out how to continue to support these workers. These workers should be seen exactly like the promotoras that we have out knocking on doors, responding to the pandemic, to COVID. They're the essential workers. They're the ones that sometimes fit the description of not being able to get stimulus checks, not be able to get unemployment, and yet here they are providing food for all the needy families. And again, if the numbers haven't gone down, that should be a clear message that people are hungry. So again, please work with Vegelution and Off the Grid farmers to make sure that they're funded through the year, just like everyone else. Thank you.
Victor Vasquez, followed by Jessica.
Victor Vasquez, almost made for food is a human right, period. The entire nation has talked about COVID recovery and helping those that have been impacted. Those are words. It's time to take action. Those actions are to enhance these kind of programs so that we can create systems where people have access to food no matter the situation. During that pandemic, we've seen Vegelution and the farmers support a lot of our families who were struggling to think about whether or not they had to spend money on rent or their medical bills, or where they're going to put the next meal on the table for their families. And these programs really help the families out, relieve some of the stress that they were facing during these difficult times. Almost 200,000 boxes of groceries for the communities in East San Jose, including our seniors, but also the children that sit on those tables were also benefiting from this program. We cannot continue to go back and make decisions just on money and what makes sense. These programs help out all of us, undocumented, documented migrant families and workers. Let's continue to enhance these efforts. And lastly, I would say
Jessica, followed by Case Hill.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo and council members. My name is Jessica Pasadillos. I am the Executive Director of the School of Arts and Culture. I am here to ensure that one of our core Si Se Puede collective partners, Vegelution, is supported in their food distribution efforts. Since the beginning of the San Jose COVID Food Relief Program and in partnership with Off the Grid, Vegelution has helped to deliver over 200,000 boxes of groceries to our most vulnerable residents of San Jose. As Councilmember Esparza noted, the need is not decreasing, and I urge you to continue to support Off the Grid, who is working with Vegelution to serve our most vulnerable community members. I'd also like to note that Vegelution is working directly with BIPOC farmers who are providing quality organic local produce and whose income has been heavily impacted during this pandemic. Thank you.
Case Hill, followed by Tessa Woodmansey.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Casey Hill, and I'm the Executive Director of Vegelution and part of the Si Se Puede Collective. I'm calling to ask for your support for extending funding for the San Jose COVID Food Relief Program. Beginning the first week of shelter in place, Vegelution partnered with Off the Grid to respond to the city's call to combat increased food insecurity by pivoting our operations significantly and swiftly. We have since packed over 226 boxes of local organic produce, proteins, and grains. Ours is a grassroots, community-centered response that feeds vulnerable families, puts local residents to work and flows income to Santa Clara Valley BIPOC farmers. Every dollar spent on this program stays local. We even purchase the farm boxes in Watsonville. Building food sovereignty in our community requires investing in and prioritizing local purchasing. It means making decisions to support approaches based on deep and longstanding connections to local families, not just on bottom line costs. Thank you.
Tessa Woodmansey, followed by Marie Malares.
Yes, we do need to be on a warlike footing, like World War II, where we transformed our economy into a war economy. But the war is on our climate change. And so what we're seeing is what COVID has done to us is preparing us for the climate emergency and getting back to basics. And that's what everybody's talking about is food security. And that's what we do not have. That's urban sustainability. And we need to be on a warlike footing, buying land to start growing food locally. This is what we need, so that we're not providing boxes and have, I'm glad to hear maybe off the grid. Maybe they do it without fossil fuels. And maybe that's what their title is about in delivery, because that's important too, how we're delivering all these foods. It needs to be done on bicycles, electric bicycles, without fossil fuels. And we need to be supporting them to do it that way. And so basically we need to be transforming us back to making us the land of urban sustainability.
Marie?
Members of Council, my name is Mari Milares. I am the Facility Director for Vegilution. I request that the Council vote to extend funding through June 2022 for the Off the Grid and Vegilution partnered San Jose COVID Food Relief Farm Box Program. The program, currently in operation, serves approximately 2,400 families on a weekly basis, providing high-quality organic produce delivered to their doorsteps. Additionally, the program sources from small-scale local farms who are committed to local food production and, because they're local, intimately understand the demands of our diverse food market here in San Jose. Our city and communities benefit from supporting and sourcing from small business farm practitioners, families who understand our land, climate, and people, who in turn, by sustaining their organic farm businesses, are invested in keeping our land and soil healthy and resilient. Please vote to extend this funding through June 2022. Thank you.
Back to Council.
John, I hate to do this to you again, but I'm just trying to make sure I catch up to, clearly we've extended to June many of the food providers. I know we don't have enough, it sounds like we just don't have enough budget to do everything. Can you just help me understand how we distinguish between some providers, food providers, and as opposed to others who did not get the extensions? Assuming that I assume all the providers are serving very high
parts of our community.
They are. There's been some consolidation as well. I think in the beginning we had some 20 different partners, and we're down to maybe 6 or 7. So we've been trying to consolidate and do this. And as you can see, if you look at the amounts we're extending by, it adds up to a little bit more than 2.2 million, and to extend off the grid is another 2.2 million. So it's just not cheap. That was the issue. We didn't have the budget. We're happy to do the work that council directs us to do. In the case of off the grid, it was about the expense, and they seem to have a pretty good plan for off-ramping people onto other programs. So we felt some confidence there. But if the confidence isn't with the council, we're happy to go back and work it out.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you'll do a deeper dive, bring it all back to us, and then we'll make a decision in February.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks, John.
Sure.
Okay, let's vote on this item uniquely. 2.14, all the subsections except for G.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Mayor, I move we approve item G. Second.
Second, Councilmember Foley. Motion from Councilmember Esparza. Let's vote.
Oh, aye.
Yes. Yes. Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Liccardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, great. We're on to item 216. I don't have any comment other than a request that the maker of the motion for all these consent items include that memorandum from Council Members Cohen, Perales, and myself.
relating to funding on the project at Charcot. And Councilman Cohen?
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Mayor Liccardo, and council members Jimenez, Perales, Carrasco, and Jones for helping us get the action last week at VTA to redirect at least a portion of the money that's been allocated for Charcot, assuming that the council takes another action in the future to cancel that project. So the $9.5 million, but we found out that that's only a little more than 25% of the total amount of money that's been allocated. So the purpose of this action is to continue to make sure that we're advocating with VTA for the remainder of that money to stay within North San Jose for important higher priority projects in that area. And then obviously we'll in the future talk about city allocated money towards that project as well. So I'm going to move the memo and the rest of the remaining items on the consent calendar together.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion from Councilmember Cohen, second from Councilmember Foley. Let's take public comment.
Paul Soto?
Yes, Paul Soto from Horseshoe. Right here in front of the Moakma mural. And Perales Liccardo really need to recuse themselves. I mean, this is not going to happen. I was at that meeting where billions upon billions of dollars were transferred. I mean, like it was, Cindy Chavez was spending that money like it was in her purse. I mean, come on, man, this can no longer happen. Liccardo, you must recuse yourself from this vote. Perales, you must recuse yourself from this vote. This is a moral and ethical issue, dude. You can no longer sustain this facade and masquerade that you are a participant in democracy. I mean, come on, homeboy. You can't, and you want to be mayor? Yeah, that's the disgusting part, Perales, is you really think in your deluded mind that you have access to the highest...
Mr. Soto, this is not a time to berate individual members of the council. You're certainly free to speak on the issue.
Blair Beekman?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I wanted to speak on the item, the 2.16 as terms of overall road issues that you'll be dealing with in the next year. That includes Vision Zero. I hope we really can work on accountability for Vision Zero next year, and that can more easily talk about a more comprehensive idea of how to address the current crime issues and law enforcement and the ALPR issue. Good luck how we can do that. And as always, open public policies can really help define these things very, very well for ourselves and our comprehensive future. To quickly speak to budget issues from the first fiscal year, first quarter. You know, we have issues of renewable energy. I think we can address them better as a community energy programs in San Jose, and good luck together how we can rally to defeat current PG&E ideas of solar. And thanks a lot.
Tessa Woodmansey?
I did it. Okay, thank you. Well, just commenting on the Charcot and the highway expansions in general, and that to realign to the further highwayization of our city, we have to stop that. And so to say that Charcot needs to stop that off ramp, and we got that. We hopefully will get that. However, to say, oh, we're going to put it all into expanding other highways, we have to stop that too. That has to stop. Our highways are actually built out of cement, and that's a CO2 emission. So this is what has caused our climate crisis, and the cars have caused it. And so to say that we're going to be carbon neutral is BS unless we start changing that. We don't support highways, that it needs to be zero. We need to be putting that money into walkable and bikeable communities, world class. And then our electrification of our bus system. We need a bus system that really works free and,
Back to council.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on the consent calendar.
Jimenez? Perales?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas? Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to the regular agenda. Item 3.1 is the report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a quick capital improvement program safety update today. The capital improvement program, or otherwise known as the CIP at the San Jose Santa Clara Regional Wastewater Facility, which is the largest construction program in the South Bay, recently passed an impressive safety milestone that I want to share with you. The CIP has achieved more than 1 million work hours of safe construction activity since the start of the 1.4 billion program to rehabilitate the largest advanced wastewater treatment facility in the Western United States. This milestone represents the work of construction contractors and the capital improvement program team, including environmental services and public works staff, other city staff, and consultants. Together, they have surpassed the equivalent of 125,000 individual workdays without a reportable incident or serious injury during construction, all while preventing the spread of COVID-19. I'd like to thank city staff for their diligence and contribution to this milestone, including Environmental Services Department staff, Anthony Pasqua, Virginia Parks, Kyle O'Day, Nelson Petrani, Richard Whaley, Jose Armesto, Alicia Alba, and all capital improvement program engineers, inspectors, and safety staff, wastewater facility operators and maintenance workers, and other support staff. And in public works department staff, John Aquino, Michael Ta, and Hui Vong. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And congratulations and thank you to all the leadership from Kerry all the way throughout the environmental services team for continuing to do such great safe work. We are now convening the joint successor agency in the city council to hear items 3.4, 3.5, and 9.1 concurrently. We can make one motion on all three items at the end of the presentation and discussion. So let me call those items now. 3.4 is the annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year ending in June of 21. Item 3.5 is external auditors report, and 9.1 is successor agency to the redevelopment agency audited financial statements for the same fiscal year. So welcome, Julia and team.
Thank you. Thank you. We will try to be brisk. So good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council. I'm Julia Cooper, the Director of Finance. The annual audit is completed each year by Macias Genio Connor under a contract managed by the City Auditor. Joining me today in making the presentation is Rick Bruno, who's a Deputy Director over at the city's accounting division, and David Bullock, who's a managing partner at MGO. We have virtual audience members from our city finance accounting team that I want to acknowledge and thank for their extraordinary effort to produce the various financial statements and the audit coordination under the continuing hybrid work environment. As the mayor mentioned, the presentation today combines three separate items: 3.4, which is the annual comprehensive financial report; 9.1, which is the successor agency's audited financial statements; and then 3.5, which is the auditor's report to those charged with governance. We'll take questions at the end of the presentation, and it's a consolidated presentation. And on Friday, all of you should have received a hard copy of this in your office as well for your records. And it's posted on our website as well. So on the next slide, just those are the items that we're going with. And so the audited financial statement overview, we'll also talk about the successor agency, and then the report with those charged with governance, which is the independent auditor's report. And David will talk about that. So it's not just this report that's produced, but there are 24 other separate audits or engagements that we undertake with MGO. It doesn't include the two cities' retirement system audits, who are overseen by the retirement boards, and those are performed by Grant Thornton. The retirement audits are posted and available on the retirement systems website. The single audit, which is required under the federal government because we receive grants, is still in production, and an informational memo along with a summary of any findings will be provided to the council once it's complete. It must be complete by March 31st under federal deadlines for submission. Also, we partnered with MGO during this year in a multi-year engagement to implement GASB 87, which involves how we have to report leases. It fundamentally changes how the city recognizes and measures and discloses our leases, both as a lessee and a lessor. It was a significant multi-year effort that involves nearly every single city department and is effective with next year's financial report, that is fiscal year 21-22, but the data capture requirements commenced on July 1st of this year. So with that, I'll turn the presentation over to Rick.
Thank you, Julia. The annual comprehensive financial report is the city's set of financial statements that comply with the accounting requirements established by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, also known as GASB. It must be audited by an independent auditor using generally accepted government auditing standards. This year's ACFR is 356 pages and organized into the following major sections. The introductory section orients and guides the reader through the report and includes the letter of transmittal, the certificate of achievement for excellence in financial reporting, the distinguished budget preparation award, the listing of elected officials, and the city's organizational structure by function. The fiscal year 2020 ACFR earned the GFOA's Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the 33rd consecutive year. The financial section presents the independent auditor's opinion, management's discussion and analysis, the basic financial statements, and the notes to the basic financial statements. The required supplemental information includes supplemental schedules and financial statements to this financial statements and to the notes. The supplemental information includes an accounting of all non-major funds, internal service funds, and trust and custodial funds. And finally, the statistical section includes data on key financial metrics and economic and demographic statistics. The government-wide financial statements includes the primary government of the city and other separate component units for which the city is financially accountable. Both statements are presented using the economic resources measurement focus and the accrual basis of accounting. This means that revenues are recorded when earned and expenses are recorded at the time liabilities are incurred. The statement of net position is similar to the balance sheet of a commercial business and presents information on all assets, deferred outflows of resources, liabilities, deferred inflows of resources. The difference between the total assets and deferred outflows of resources and the total liabilities and deferred inflows of resources is the city's net position. Over time, increases or decreases in net position may serve as a useful indicator of whether the city's financial position is improving or declining. The statement of activities is similar to the income statement of a commercial business and presents information showing how the net position changed during the year. Net position will increase if revenues exceed expenses or decrease if expenses exceed revenues. Fund financial statements report information about groupings of related accounts used to maintain control over resources segregated for specific activities or objectives. Each city fund falls into one of three categories: governmental, proprietary, or fiduciary. The statement of net position is located on page 26 of the ACFR. Overall, the city's assets and liabilities remained largely stable from the prior fiscal year end. The total net position decreased by $238 million with the following notable changes. Assets increased by $19 million from $10.853 billion to $10.872 billion, primarily due to the increase in cash and investments resulting from the receipt of coronavirus state and local fiscal relief funds. Liabilities increased by $274 million from $7.635 billion to $7.908 billion, primarily due to an increase in pension liability, short-term accounts payable, and unearned revenue. The total net position ended the fiscal year at $3.71 billion. The statement of activities is located on page 27 of the ACFR. Overall, the city's revenues and expenses remained largely stable from the prior fiscal year end. Within the governmental activities column, revenues increased by 34 million, driven by recognition of the Coronavirus Relief Fund grant revenue and increases in property taxes, sales taxes, and real property transfer tax collections. These high points were offset by a reduction in the revenue related to the convention center concession income, a decrease in funding received from BTA pavement maintenance grants, a decrease in interest and investment income, and lower transient and occupancy taxes. Total expenses increased 79 million, primarily due to increases in COVID response and recovery expenses. Within the business type activities columns, the revenues decreased by 176 million, driven by a reduction in the regional wastewater facility revenue from the city of Santa Clara and tributary agencies due to the delayed capital projects. Also, a decrease in San Jose Clean Energy operating revenues due to rate decreases and reduced operating activities at the airport. While revenues fell during the fiscal year, expenses also decreased by 89 million across the same enterprise funds. At the bottom line, the changes in net position remained positive and added to the overall business type activities net position of 1.482 billion. Next, we'll take a comparison of the general fund. The general fund comparison can be found on page 191 of the ACFR. This table shows the difference between the GAAP or accounting fund balance and the fund balance used for budgetary purposes. The $62 million difference between the GAAP accounting and budgetary fund fund balance are comprised of encumbrances of 59 million and an unrealized gain in fair value of investments of $3 million. This slide provides the significant number of pending GASB pronouncements to be reviewed and implemented by the city over the next 2 fiscal years. Most notably, GASB 87 related to leases and GASB 96 related to subscription-based information technology arrangements will have the greatest impact on city resources to comply with these standards. Now I'll turn the presentation over to Julia for an overview of the successor agency's audited financials.
Thank you, Rick. So I'm looking at the successor agencies. The large deficit in net position is held in trust of approximately $1.275 billion is mainly due to the outstanding 2017 senior and subordinate tax allocation bonds. The net position will keep improving with the repayment of the outstanding bonds until they're fully repaid in August of 2035, at which point the successor agency will no longer exist. On the next page is a brief statement of the successor agency's changes in the fiduciary net position. They increased by approximately 6 million from 184 to 190, and that was mainly due to additional redevelopment property tax trust fund or RPTTF revenue given to pay for higher enforceable obligations, including county pass-through payments. The deductions decreased by approximately 50 million during the year from 146 to 96 million. And the main driver was the transfer of the California Theater in fiscal 20 to the city, but no such transfer of property included in fiscal 21. So with that, I'll turn it over to David to review MGO's independent auditor's report and the audit results.
Okay. So the first item is the report to those charged with governance. That's one of the reports we've issued, and that report is really the summary of the results of our audit that we present directly to you. But before I talk about that, I just wanted to talk about the 2 reports that are included in the financial statements, the ACT for the city's main financial statements and the successor agency. Both of those reports contain our audit opinion. And in that audit opinion, there's some discussion about responsibilities. Management prepares the financial statements and is responsible for presenting that in accordance with GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. Our responsibility is to express an opinion on whether we agree with that fair presentation. And I'm happy to report that our opinions on both reports were clean. We expressed unmodified opinions, meaning that we agreed with how management presented the financial statements. And then included in that report, because the scope is so big, as Julie mentioned, it's a 350 plus page document. There's a lot of information in there. And the other matters just describe some of the responsibilities we take for other sections, such as the introductory section and the statistical section. In the report to you, in the report to those charged with governance, there's 4 primary areas. One is we talk about changes in consistency when there's new standards implemented. So we talk a little bit about that. We talk about estimates that are used to prepare the financial statements, because some of those estimates are significant, such as pension and OPEB. We talk about any audit adjustments that were incurred during the audit, and then we report any findings. So the first section I'm going to talk about is those implementation of new standards. There was a significant standard this year, not by significant in comparison to past standards, but or the new standard coming up with leases, but there was a significant impact in how fiduciary funds are presented. And so that's implemented this year. It didn't have a major impact necessarily on the numbers for the city, just in terms of how the information is reported and how the information is disclosed. There were a couple other standards. You might have noticed a title change. We no longer refer to the financial statements as the comprehensive annual financial report. It's now the annual comprehensive financial report. And that was done just to be sensitive to our worldwide presence and how we use information and report that information. And then finally, findings. We did report one finding, and I know Julia is going to talk at length about the management's response to that. The reason for the finding was that as the city finance department closes the financial statements, we identified some audit adjustments that were necessary, and because of that, we felt that those adjustments were areas that could have been where there could be internal controls put in place to avoid those kinds of audit adjustments, and that was really the reason for the comment on the close. And I'll let Julia respond to that finding.
Thank you, David. So management does agree with MGO's comment and acknowledges the need for continuous training and development of accounting professional staff in both the city finance department and within other departments across the organization. Several actions in the finance department we will take in response to the audit finding are: we'll continue to support internal training with training opportunities, ensure that DEC procedures are developed and updated, continue the practice of biweekly coordination meetings with MGO and the city auditor throughout the audit process. We'll also work to engage city departmental accounting staff to commence an assessment of key accounting functions and see to make sure that they're properly aligned and people are properly trained. And finally, the city manager's office will be working with us to commence a new procedure requiring departments to coordinate with the finance department prior to the acceptance of grants to ensure that departmental staff are properly trained and informed on the appropriate accounting treatment of grant funds and expenditures. On the next slide, thank you, is a summary of last year's findings. So the material weakness finding this year is similar to last year's findings. So MGO has indicated that it's partially corrected. So as a result, we continue to work towards improving in that area. The second finding was the application of availability criterion for revenue recognition, and that item was corrected. So the last slide, our recommendations are for you to accept the reports, the annual comprehensive financial report for the city, the report to those charged with governance and management's response, and Sarah's audited financial statements for fiscal year 2021. And with that, we're available for questions.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the public.
I have Blair Beekman in person, followed by Tessa Woodmansey on Zoom.
Welcome back, Mr. Beekman.
Thank you. Boy, my first time here. December 7th is a day I guess we can all try to be accountable for ourselves. So thank you. I guess I wanted to use this time to just really thank yourselves for the efforts and work you've been doing as a auditing board the past year around ideas of equity that I think have been a great example for local Bay Area cities. I forgot to mention in the previous item, the comprehensive work we can be doing with ALPR questions in law enforcement at this time, I think can really be of help to cities like Oakland who are grappling with the same issues as ourselves. And you guys can really be helping good direction for the future of the Bay Area with what you're doing at this time. And it seems like a good time just to thank yourselves for that. Thanks a lot.
Tessa Woodmansey, followed by Paul Soto.
Yes, I guess, thank you. Oh, I'm getting my little clock. Good, thank you. Well, I did want to report on the, or comment on the city managers, but you didn't notice our hands up. And so what she was talking about was infrastructure and, the costs. And we're, as we look at our budget, and a lot of that goes into water, waste management and water management. And we need to be thinking about how we can learn to live more sustainably, because even the way, we're managing our waste, as we see when there are storms and sea level rise, that, the storm water, gets destroyed and our fresh water gets destroyed, and things like that. So what it is, that's what, Allery Middlebrook has been working on, is calling an eat, grow, learn. And we need to learn a lot about living sustainably. And part of that is, like she says, that we need to live like plants, where all of our needs are met in one place. And, that includes all of our waste, everything, the way we used to do it. We need to get back to those old.
Paul Soto, followed by Brian.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Point of order that there was no public comment on the entire consent calendar. Mayor Liccardo just kind of like glossed over that. My hand was up during that time. So I'd like to just bring that to the attention. You expect us to give a public comment, 1 minute, on that much information. That is a circumvention of democracy. Mayor Liccardo is exercising powers that was never endowed to him when the Declaration of Independence or the Constitution was written. This was never a time. In fact, they would encourage more public comment rather than less. So this is a complete disregard for democracy, and this needs to be put on the record, because what he is doing is he is trying to get away with his crimes. These are crimes against humanity that he is going to pay for.
Brian.
I just want to tell everybody, thank you for the hard work. I have a real hard time with that dyslexia and can't see, I don't want to know that. I mean, that's nobody's fault but my own. That's what I'm told. Anyways, it has to be really hard for everybody to do that. I dug through this stuff and I got lost, but the auditor is an amazing person. We really need to listen to them. They really get a lot of this figured out. And I know we have to go down to 1 minute. If I could just get an assurance from everybody that is on the council at one time that you actually read our emails, I would pour out what I had to do in plenty of emails. I've stopped writing emails because I just don't think they get read. I think they get put in the public record, but I don't think anybody pays attention to them. If we could get an assurance of that, that'd make a lot of difference. Thank you.
Back to council.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for your hard work in putting together this ACFR. It is now ACFR, I guess it's called. I try to get used to that. I know not everybody in the public will have read all 356 pages, but it will not come out in a movie, so you do have to read the book. Let me just ask my colleagues first if they have any questions. I'm looking on Zoom now. I don't see anyone raising their hand. I had a couple, so sorry to hold things up, but one is I was trying to probe a little bit to try to understand why we've got OPEB liabilities and pension liabilities moving in different directions. Certainly happy to see OPEB situation is improving, pensions not, and I just assume they're all investing in more or less the same assets. So what am I missing?
I could speak to that. So it's a good question, and one that we looked into as well. There are a number of components that go into the actuarial report, and also I think one of the things that often impacts it is the assumptions that the actuarial is making on the liability side. So that's the pure liability that is owed by the city, and so pension is growing and OPEB is reducing this year. So it's mainly a change in those assumptions from year over year.
So do we think, I assume it wouldn't be the economic assumptions, I assume it's something demographic or?
Well, I think it has, there's two major components to your pension and your OPEB liability. One is the actuarial valuation.
Right.
Okay. And then there's the fiduciary net position. That's the resources you're accumulating in the trust to pay that. So, the investment side is the same for both. They're pulled together and invested the same way. So the assumptions on the investments aren't really different. And you took a dip because remember, you're reporting 1 year in arrears. So you're reporting at June 30th, 2020,
right,
in your 2021 financial statements. And if you recall, that was not a good time.
Yeah.
The market came back up since then. So your June 30, 2021 actuarial valuation and your financial statements will be in a much better position. But
Wait,
the
I'm
value,
sorry, this is the year ending in June of 2020, is that right?
2020 is 1 year in arrears.
Okay, so it's really catching it right at the down part of the market.
It is.
Okay, got it.
It is. And so you'll see that shoot back up next year when you present the financial statements. But the actuarial valuation, their assumptions go into it, but it's also how the benefits are going to be paid out in the future. And so if your pension benefits are being estimated at a different rate than maybe your OPEB benefits are being estimated at. And so there could be differences in how the
Talking about the discount rates or
not the discount rates, but that's the discounting of those future benefits. But the actual cash flows of the OPEB, the estimate of that doesn't change as much as pension because pension is based on wages and a lot of other factors that go into the assumptions on how those future benefits will be paid.
Right.
And so it's not atypical to see the benefit estimate be different between OPEB and pension.
Okay.
And remember too, the OPEB benefit is closed, Mayor.
Oh, yeah, that explains it. Got it. Okay, so the plan's closed, so we're essentially paying off a debt with no new liability. That certainly helps. How do we manage that with the pension? Anyway, okay, I'll move on. And the redevelopment report, looks like, if I have it right, I'm trying to sort of put it all together. It looks like we're paying off more or less $94 million worth of RDA debt this year. And about 1.2 billion is left. I have it roughly correct. And so by sort of back of the envelope, does that mean in 12 or 13 years, we'll be able to pay this whole thing off and be able to move into a world of getting tax revenue straight from?
Yes, but August 1st, 2035 is the last payment on redevelopment agency debt.
Okay. I'm sorry I won't be there to celebrate.
Hmm?
I'm sorry I won't be here to celebrate, but. And so from that day on, then all the property tax revenue will flow as if there was no redevelopment, and we should have something of a windfall in our general fund.
Yeah, well, actually, right now we are receiving, the excess RPTF is distributed to all of the taxing entities. Once redevelopment goes away, it'll just flow just like regular property tax revenue. It won't flow through the the trust fund anymore.
Okay. Great. All right. Thank you. I appreciate you explaining all that for me. Councilmember Foley.
Mayor, I was just going to move approval and wondered if we should move 3.4, 3.5, and 9.1 together.
That's exactly what we should do.
Second.
All right. Are there any other comments or questions? Let's vote on that motion.
Perales? Cohen?
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Esparza? Arenas? Arenas? Goldie?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Going back to Perales?
Yes.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Then we're on to item 3.6, which is a comprehensive annual debt report. And Julia's still here.
Yes, I'm still here. And you also received a hard copy of this report on Friday as well. This is the 30th comprehensive annual debt report, and I'll tell you that I've been here for all 30 of those reports. So that's a lot of debt over the course of the last 30 years. So happy to still be here. And I'm joined here with Nikolai Skarloff, our Deputy Director of Debt and Treasury Management. And I do want to thank the team in the debt management group, not just for the issuance of bonds, but for managing an ongoing large and complex debt portfolio. And many thanks to all of our partners across the organization, including in the City Attorney's Office, assisting us with the painful process of disclosure, and then also with the debt portfolio management. So on the first slide there, just to kind of remind you that the debt management program, we have several policy objectives that cover both debt issuance, debt administration, and the financial advisory services we provide to the organization. We want to make sure that we minimize the debt service costs and issuance costs. We maintain access to cost-effective borrowing, achieve the highest practical credit rating, obviously pay our debt timely, do complete disclosure, obviously comply with all the federal and state regulations, and assess any fiscal impacts of significant projects to the city. So with that, I'll turn it over to Nikolai.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. As discussed in the CATR, the city has outstanding bonds of $3.8 billion, and this does not include $800 million of multifamily affordable housing bonds for which the city is a conduit issuer. While the city has been active in issuing bonds over the past year, most of these have been refinancings to take advantage of lower interest rates. So even though the city has borrowed and been in the market quite a bit this past year, between these refinancings and normal bond repayments, the total shown here is approximately 21 million less than in last year's report. But the debt team is responsible not just for making the debt payments on these, but also other administrative functions around communicating with investors and the marketplace. This has been a busy year for debt issuance, with the city issuing $1.31 billion of new bonds, including major refinancings for City Hall, the ICE Center, and the airport, and also new borrowing for multiple programs, including the regional wastewater facility and San Jose Clean Energy. The CATR describes the city's planned issuance of about $1.28 billion in the current fiscal year. And one big variable that's not included in that number is, of course, the discussions you've been having surrounding pension obligation bonds, and that is not included in that figure. The CATR also describes the city's variable rate program, and particularly each of the bank facilities that are part of that. We have a relatively small variable rate program. Most of the city's debt is fixed rate bonds. Nearly all of these variable rate programs, though, required either a renewal or other interaction with the banks this past year, including the expansion of our CP program. The process of getting a new bond issue is often many months, or in some cases years, of planning with various departments. And even when the debt team is not actually issuing bonds, they're having those discussions with various departments, planning capital projects across the city. The debt team also coordinated a number of competitive processes for procuring financial services and has further RFPs planned for this year. On the next page, as always, the CATR provides an update on all the city's outstanding credit ratings with the three major rating agencies: Moody's Investor Service, S&P Global Ratings, and Fitch Ratings. The city has various ratings on different programs, but shown here on the page are the ratings on the city's most highly rated program, the General Obligation Bond Program. As previously discussed, Fitch Ratings upgraded the city's GO rating in June to AAA. That's the highest level. And even the Moody's and S&P ratings of AA1 and AA+, are just one notch below the highest rating. It's important to note again that the city has multiple ratings, including an issuer rating, which is different than this, and different ratings on each of the programs. But as we compare the city's rating to other municipalities, as you know, San Jose is among the top 10 cities in the country based on population. And among the top 10, we are the second highest rated city, with a rate second only to San Antonio, but rated more highly than each of the other cities listed on the screen, including Phoenix, Los Angeles, San Diego, and the others. The report provides detailed listings for all the city's bond programs. As noted at the bottom of this report, while all the city's ratings are relatively high and have been relatively stable, the current COVID situation did impact hotel revenues. And as a result, the rating on the hotel tax bonds was downgraded by S&P in July. Those bonds were issued as fixed rates, so the existing interest rate on those bonds is unaffected. As discussed elsewhere in the CATR, staff is working on plans to develop a refinancing proposal to bring back to council in this new year. The finance department expects to return to council in the new year with those plans for the 2011 bonds, as well as regional wastewater facility bonds. That's the CAO, the Environmental Services Department, and Finance have begun work on. The debt team manages the city's commercial paper and housing bonds, and those remain a priority working with the housing department. And then lastly, as noted before, we are awaiting the results of the validation process on the pension obligation bonds and then expect to return to council for further direction on those as well. The city's debt team has been working hard to protect the city's financial interests by taking advantage of low rates to refinance bonds and structure new borrowings at favorable rates. And the team has also worked hard to comply with the city's regulatory and reporting requirements for tax exempt and other debt. And with that, staff would recommend the acceptance of the comprehensive annual debt report for 2020-21.
Thank you, Nikolai. You get the work and for the presentation. Let's go to the public.
Blair Beekman. Followed by Paul Soto.
Hi again. With being my first public appearance back here, I felt I should work towards the ideas of just compliments and friendships and hellos and the mayor, when COVID first started, offered some really interesting ideas, of balanced budget ideas that they were real helpful, and I think it was actually ways that really brought ourselves together as a process, a community process that was really interesting. It brought all sides. It can bring all sides together, and so this work you're doing with bond issues, you've been trying to present to ourselves and possibly to the country as good choices in how to work at this time. And thank you for that. I also wanted to remind that it's healing and accountability on December 7th that I hope we can be considering. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Soto, followed by Tessa Woodmansey.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. We have three that I know. Absolutely three. Lloyd's Bank of London investing in Santa Clara County, San Jose, of the city of San Jose. And we have Canadian worker, the government of Canada's pension fund invested in these buildings downtown, District 3. So I don't want to hear about debt, because that debt is against those funds. Okay, so I want to know the interest. I want to know the interest that's going on in Canada and Lloyd's of London. I want to know that. And it's interesting that Chris Burton is English. He's from England. That's where he's from. That's where he was educated. And so it's interesting that he comes in as the planning director, and then all of a sudden we got London. And
Tessa Woodmansey, followed by Brian.
Well, it was, yes, thank you. I was interesting that part of your debt was about affordable housing. And I've been reading this, listening to this book by Seth Klein. It's called The Good War, Mobilizing Canada for Our Climate Emergency. And they talk about how we need to, more centralized government have buying housing. And we need to look at that in terms of our city, instead of thinking about jobs as a way of people having money so they can afford food and clothing and shelter. We need to be thinking about prioritizing those issues in our community and have the governments providing those things, instead of thinking about it as a one level of distraction of that it's the jobs that create the housing and the food. So we need to be more direct, and that even in terms of all of our monies that are coming in terms of our COVID monies or whatever monies, needs to go directly to the people instead of the jobs.
Brian?
Thank you again. Like I said, I'm not the best at this. Is there a possible way to get a quote unquote cheat sheet on these really hard? So us folks that, I work about 75 to 80 hours a week, and trying to, because we really want to participate. And that's why we come. I'm really glad that you kept up the virtual, because it's just really hard to drive down there. But I really always felt it was important to be involved as a citizen. Just some way for us to be able to understand not every nuance, but the details of the debt, so that we can operate it. Maybe we'll spot something that other people don't. Anyway, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Thank you. To the council, any questions or comments? My colleagues? I'm not seeing any hands. Is there a motion?
I'll move approval.
Second.
Just want to thank again the team for great work. Really massive refinancings that are saving taxpayers many millions of dollars as a result of the work this year and last year, and raising our credit rating. I know this isn't the stuff that makes the front page, but raising our credit rating in the middle of the pandemic is pretty extraordinary. And I think that's to do with a lot of people who've been working hard, but of course our finance team in particular. So thank you. Okay, let's vote.
Perales?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Esparza? Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Item 3.7 is the approval of the issuance of multifamily housing revenue notes and loan of proceeds thereof. And we're also approving related documents for Vitalia, which was formerly known as the Bascom Apartments Project, of course, affordable housing. Julia?
Yeah, we don't have a presentation. I just wanted to make sure the council was aware that there was a supplemental memo released this morning that corrected some errors in the report, namely the council district and when the construction is going to start and the size of the bond issuance. So just wanted to make sure you were aware of that, and it was posted this morning.
Thank you. And I assume the council district is 9?
Yes,
And
it's in
Councilmember
District
Foley
9.
would like to speak.
Yes, I would. Thank you. We've been talking about building affordable housing for every year that I've been on this council, and I'm really proud to have this first project come forward in District 9. It's a 79 unit project right next to on Bascom Avenue that is the first of a couple of projects that will be affordable housing complexes in areas that are designated urban villages but don't yet have urban village plans built out. So there is some sort of some restrictions. This developer did use state legislation to proceed with their project, as they are allowed to do, but we were engaged, my council office was engaged every step of the way with the community and the developer to mitigate any concerns that the community had. It does abut to residential property. Right behind it is a residential cul-de-sac. And so we worked with the developer and they were willing to lower the height of their building. They also worked to protect the privacy of the residents in the neighboring houses. And, everybody's not going to be happy, but we really do need to build affordable housing. And I'm very proud that this is the first project coming through for District 9. So I want to thank Affirmed Housing for working with us and working with the community. I want to thank Rob Wilkins for continuing to engage the neighbors. And I'm sure as the construction begins and that occurs, that'll create a little more issues that we need to address at the council level, and we are happy to do so. And then there's always the traffic mitigation that may come up down the line once the project is open. But I'm very proud to be able to present this and have this project come through. And with that, I move approval.
All right. There are, I think, members of the community who'd like to speak.
Tessa Woodmansey?
Yes. Yes, I'm very much, what Pam Foley is discussing about this project is very similar to the project that was proposed on Stockton Avenue. Again, a major corridor, very close to transit, just like Bascom Avenue, even though Bascom has really got to get its bike lane together. So that's another issue in terms of traffic. But the irony, of course, is that we were denied our multiple housing. It was about 80 homes as well. It was multiple housing. It was going to be owned. It was going to be owner occupied. That it was going to be a home ownership of multiple housing at 615 Stockton Avenue. And there was funds from the California and all the things that Pam had mentioned that support affordable housing. And so the developer, Alan Wynn, was led to think it was going to work. But it didn't, because the city of San Jose had blockages because of the zoning of the property. The zoning of that property that got rezoned to be neighborhood commercial couldn't allow it for so many reasons, and that needs to.
Paul Soto?
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. And how were the zoning laws in San Jose formulated? 1939 redlining map, which the city of Willow Glen got annexed into 8 months prior. Ain't that a coincidence? Now to the topic at hand. Councilwoman Foley, it is almost obscene how you advocate for affordable housing in your district. We gave you a housing unit, this whole freaking barrio in your schools, in your district. And you're in a redlined area, homegirl. You got things to answer to. In fact, you cut off the roofing because you didn't want a certain population in that neighborhood.
Mr. Soto, you direct your comments to the entire council, not to any individual council member.
No, because she's the one that's bringing up the issue. So I'm directing it directly at Pam Foley, directly at her.
No, you're the comment to the entire council, not to any individual council member.
No, to her.
Bill Borders?
Hi, well, I just was curious to know, I'm really grateful for affordable housing going in, but in this particular case, have we discussed, has the commercial been discussed yet or not? I know it's in, you mentioned it, Urban Village, Councilmember Foley, but I'm very interested. I know there's a land use item coming up later that has to do with whether or not we're going to take out the general plan commercial requirement out of affordable housing. But if someone could answer that question, is this going to happen without any commercial in it? Because we're assuming that other thing has happened. I'm not in on the loop on this, but I'm very concerned that with all the talk, we've been trying so hard to have mixed use buildings go in, and I know it's challenging, but we've really banked on that. And so we also want people that live in affordable housing complexes to have those benefits as well. We shouldn't just kind of assume that they don't have that right to have those nice things too. Thanks.
Back to the council.
Thank you. I actually don't know a lot about the Italia Common project. I believe this is a refinancing. Is that right? Or is this a new construction? It is new construction. Is there someone from housing who wants to comment? I see Rachel.
It's new construction, and I believe there is a commercial unit on the first floor, isn't it, Rachel? I think that's planned in the proposal.
That's correct.
The voice from God, I believe, was Rob Wilkins.
Yeah.
It must be Rob. Thank you, Rob.
There's only 615 square feet, but we are planning to use that as a community serving purpose. I'm Rob Wilkins with the developer. Sorry to not introduce myself.
All right, thank you, Rob. Rachel, you have a rebuttal? No, okay.
No, I just wanted everyone to understand it is new construction. What is unique about this situation is that we are issuing the bonds. We're working with finance to issue the bonds, but the city does not have a loan on it. A little bit of that was just due to the timing. It's a little bit unusual. But we've been very supportive of the project, and we're really excited to move forward with the development.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your work. All right, let's vote on Councilmember Foley's motion.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco, Davis,
Yes.
Sparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Bully,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, that's unanimous. We're on to 3.8, which is a declaration of surplus construction funds and authorization of funds transfer to redemption fund to redeem bonds of the City of San Jose Limited Obligation Improvement Bonds Improvement District, number 99-218 SJ, also known as Hellier Percy Bond Series 24Q. There's no presentation, is there?
No, I just thought I'd sit here in case you had any questions.
Okay, you're doing an excellent job, Julie. Thank you. All right, any questions from my colleagues? Let's go to the public.
Paul Soto,
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Hellier is buried, all of that family of Hellier is buried literally right behind Peter Burnett. I've been there. I've been to the Helliers and Burnett plot at Mission Santa Clara. And it's interesting because Peter Burnett's daughter married into the Hellier family. Interesting, isn't it? Very, very interesting. I spend a lot of time in cemeteries, and they give me information. The dead speak, unlike this council, because your silence is your assent. Remember that, because the future is going to be looking back at this time period because of what's going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years with this city. And these shifting of funding, the way that Licardo is doing. Licardo is an expert. He's a Jesuit. That's what they do. That's what they've been doing. That's how they established San Jose. And that's how they continue to exert their power.
back to council.
Thank you. Let's vote. Oh, wait, is there a motion?
Not yet.
I don't think so. Okay, we need a motion first.
So moved.
Second.
All right, now let's vote.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco, Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Bully,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, item 3.9, amendment to the vendor agreement with Vision Services Plan for employees and retirees. There is no presentation on this item. Let's go to the public. Any questions or concerns on item 3.9?
Paul Soto,
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. From the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, the seniors, it is their labor, the work of their body, them showing up to work on time. Some of these employees, like 30 years without a missed day of work. I mean, the work ethic of this particular group, I can only wish and hope that a fraction of my character can reflect what it is that these seniors have done in terms of building the city, building the economy, building the character, building the culture. of my city of San Jose. And none of these seniors are here to speak. So it is I that speak on their behalf in amicus with their cause and with their cry for economic justice with respect to what it is that they produced for this city that you all are conveniently allocating for yourselves or for a developer.
Back to council.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments, or motion?
Move approval. Second.
Motion from Councilmember Esparza. I see no hands. Let's vote.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, I want to thank the very patient VTA executive team. I've been waiting for item 3.10, the BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 Extension Project Update. Matt Kino and Jessica Zink are here as well.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Matt Kano, Director of Public Works. With me today, Deputy Director of Public Works, Jay Guevara, and from the VTA, Bernice Alanis and Takis Salpies, and then Jessica Zank, and then John Risto from the Department of Transportation. We have a brief presentation for you today. We're here today to provide an update with the VTA project team on the BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 Extension project since we last met in June of this year. We're looking for feedback on the project's construction, education, and outreach plan, the construction transportation management plan, specifically on any feedback on working hours, business interruption program that are going to be in those future plans. The first contract-specific construction mitigation plan, transportation mitigation plan will be for the CP2 tunnel and track work contract developed in summer 2022 by the VTA contractor together with VTA and city staff with the expected final city council approval in early 2023. In addition, there'll be annual updates for each contract's plans summarizing the construction activities planned for the coming year. VTA and city staff have been working closely with key stakeholders such as the San Jose Sharks, Downtown Association, Downtown West Project to keep them up to date and receive their feedback. Now I want to turn it over to the VTA project team.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Bernice Alanis, the Director of External Affairs for the BART Silicon Valley program, and thank you for the opportunity to give you some additional information on the BART Silicon Valley program and some of the activities that have occurred over the last 6 months and where we're headed to. I wanted to begin with just a brief overview of the program and project. The BART Silicon Valley program is a 16-mile extension of the regional BART system. Phase 1, which was the 10-mile two-station extension with the Milpitas and Berryessa stations, was completed in June of 2020 and has been in operation since then. The second phase is the BART Phase 2 project. That's the project that we are discussing today. That's a 6-mile, 4-station extension with 3 stations that have an above-ground station presence with below-ground boarding and a rail yard and station in the city of Santa Clara. Next slide, please. So VTA is the first agency, and the BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 project is the first project to be entered into the Federal Transit Administration's Expedited Project Delivery Program. The entire premise of this program is to bring public benefit to the public sooner. VTA just received in October, on October 25th to be exact, a letter of intent. And what that letter signifies is it's the FTA's recognition of the merits of the project, the confidence in the management, and it's a commitment to a funding obligation of up to $2.28 billion or 25% of the project costs, whichever is lower. What this LOI enables us to do is it enables us to advance specific project activities like early utility relocations, procurement of big, long lead items such as the tunnel boring machine, and to actually acquire properties. It also allows us to continue with the procurement process and get some more cost-certain bids by the contractors, such as the tunnel and track work contract, which is about 65% of the overall project costs. Next slide, please. So over the past 6 months, VTA and the City of San Jose have been coordinating a significant amount on certain activities. We've been having meetings sometimes as many as 2 or 3 times a week to work on specific items such as reviewing of the contract packages. The contract package 2, tunnel and track work, that's been completed, and that information and the comments were considered as we went in to produce the RFP documents. We've done a considerable amount on the station access and circulation, looking at how people will get to and circulate through the stations. We also had many discussions and meetings on the construction, education, and outreach program, and we'll talk about that a little more when we talk about the 3 elements of that. The main element being the construction transportation management plan and emergency services coordination and access. And then over the summer and throughout into the fall, we held our design review committee meetings, of which the city was keenly engaged. Next slide, please. This shows you an example of what a large tunnel boring machine looks like to give you some perspective on how massive this piece of equipment is. These are the 4 major contracts that we will be utilizing to deliver the Phase 2 program. The first contract is a systems contract, and it doesn't really require as much engagement from the city, as most of that work is really about the systems and the communications that actually operate the BART system. We have, if you look in the copy that's in that light tan, those are the areas that we have engaged significantly with the city team. The tunnel and track work contract, as I mentioned, the city reviewed all of the procurement documents, the relevant aspects of those. We tried to streamline that process to really be efficient. With the new haul yard in Santa Clara Station, we are producing those RFP documents right now, and that will be going to the city for review in the first quarter of 2022. And with the stations contract, that's actually in the hands of the city right now for review and comment. Next slide, please. Station access and circulation. This has been a significant effort, and I wanted you to take note of the VTA station access hierarchy up to the right. Walking is the first priority, and going down the level with biking, transit, pickup and drop off, and auto being the least in the priority level. We've worked with the city team to establish a shared vision and understanding for how we would include features into the station contracts. We've identified venues and vehicles to engage the public and get public comment. We also have worked hard on these basis for facility design memos, and that's really documenting the agreed upon rationale for what would be included as a requirement for the project and go into these contract packages. What's also significant about this is we're also looking at some of the plans that are yet to be updated and finalized, some of the city plans. So that's when we will begin working with the contractors to actually finalize with those design elements, be reflecting those updated plans. So there still is work to be done, and nothing related to that is final yet. Next slide, please. This shows you the development of our construction transportation management plan. And the CTMP, as we call it, is an environmental requirement in 2018, and we coordinated with the city. We got 161 relevant comments about this upcoming plan. In 2019 to 2020, we significantly engaged with the community, businesses, and other organizations. We did interviews. We did a total of 53 interviews to find out how people access these businesses and institutions and what types of things would impact them, what they rely on, how much they rely on foot traffic, what kind of parking requirements they have, what kind of vehicle access, what deliveries, hours of operation, everything, so that we can better understand how they operate and what might affect them or not affect them. So this past year, we did coordination and review with the cities, and we've done presentations to the community working groups, and we also included information in the community meetings that we just recently had. 2022 now will be when we do more coordination with the city and the contractors. We anticipate to have 40+ meetings, and then as the contractors progress with the progressive design build or design build contract, and we know the means and methods, we'll then identify more specificity in those plans based on those means and methods when the impacts will be once they're known. Next slide, please. This shows you the schedule, and I just really want to have you pay and acknowledge the dates of 2023 and 2024, because that's when those final plans will be done based on where we are in the procurement process. So once we get those contractors on board, and as I mentioned that we've identified those means and methods, then we'll know more specifically what those impacts would be. We will go out to the community and work with the cities and get public comment. I'll give you examples like on the phase 1 project. We had the public weigh in on like, would you rather have something close? And I'm just giving an example, not saying we'll be doing road closures, but we would give them like choices and options of, would it be more beneficial to fully close a road and have it for a shorter duration, or would partial lane closures and a longer duration be preferred? So that's sort of the opportunities where the community and the businesses can weigh in when we're looking at the precise delivery methods and by the contractor. So our first final CTMP will come to the council for in 2023, and then the 2 latter ones for the stations will come in 2024. Next slide, please. So the design review committees, this is a requirement of our environmental commitment, and we spent the summer and early into the fall organizing, engaging, and activating the design review committee. We looked at really what the customer visual experience was. It was not so much how you utilize the station, but how you view the station. We looked at the finishes, we looked at the approaches to the stations, and we looked at areas for art installations, various areas of where that the contractor could incorporate into the contract where art could be placed. We did significant outreach. We did a social pinpoint on our website. We did farmers markets. We did CWG meetings, and then we held 4 of the DRC committees for each of the station areas. And we also utilized presentations in the community working groups. We had over 2,500 points of input on the design review committee process. Next slide, please. Community and stakeholder input is vital to this project, and ensuring that community is education and engaged is a top priority for the external affairs team. Many of the engagement methods are both right now virtual, and we're hoping that in 2022 we can do a little more in person, but we engage the community through the design review committees. We just held 4 multilingual virtual community meetings to really give a project update, and we have a significant amount of engagement planned for 2022. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Anything further from our team?
Not at this time.
Great, thank you very much for the presentation. Let's go first to the public, and we'll come back to council.
Tessa Woodmansey.
Know what they're doing. Takis Sapidas, who they hired to be the engineer, knew nothing about what was happening. And the fact that BART is really looking at why we're going for that single bore with all the problems, the depth of it, and things like that. And Takis didn't understand, didn't know. And so there's, you know, a breakdown in communication, and it all sounds good as we present to San Jose, but the BART was very upset about this. And this has been an ongoing issue with BART, not happy with the issues of the safety issues that, you know, we're compromising for businesses. Excuse me. So anyway, there's just a lot of problems with the BART.
Jonathan Cass.
Good afternoon, directors. My name is Jonathan Cass, Spur's Transportation Policy Manager. Spur is a longtime champion for BART to Silicon Valley Phase 2. Extending BART to San Jose is a critical investment in connectivity for all of us, and one of San Jose's greatest city building opportunities, a project with multi-generational impact. We're thrilled about the strong federal commitment and pleased to see clear direction included in the memo issued by the mayor, vice mayor, and council members Perales, Cohen, and Davis. Given, sorry, I did not see the time limit. Let me jump ahead. Given FTA's cost review suggesting that the project could cost over $9 billion, we're concerned that continuing the current path could threaten the entire project. We also have concerns about the design challenges inherent in the single bore tunnel construction method and the degraded rider experience associated with this design. We're pleased to see the mayor and other council members' leadership and their commitment to a business interruption fund as a condition of permits and their move to use greater care in the path toward contracting. We encourage the VTA, the city, and BART to get an independent cost investment and compare an independent cost.
Paul Soto, followed by Eugene Bradley.
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I was at this meeting. It's December 2nd, and I implore any citizen, watch the whole meeting. December 2nd, VTA meeting. It's on their website. Now, my life was threatened twice on this call. The man said, and I quote, first he said there shouldn't be any stumbling blocks because this must happen. This must go through. Then later on in the program, he said, stumbling blocks get hurt, end quote. This is what he said in front of two potential mayors of this city, Perales and Chavez. Now, I ask right here for the public record that Liccardo, Perales, Jones, Jimenez, and Carrasco recuse themselves from voting on this. This is a compromise and a complete illegal violation of ethics, of your own personal morality, and conducting city business.
Eugene Bradley, followed by Blair Beekman.
Afternoon, council members. Can everybody hear me? Hello?
Yes, yes, we can, Eugene.
Okay. This is Eugene Bradley, founder and CEO of Silicon Valley Transit Users. Thank you, Mayor Liccardo and the other council members for providing a memo to have VTA provide more proper estimate, more proper safety and redesigning of the underground tunnels for the BART project. Speaking as myself, one of the main concerns is that there would be a lot of infighting and disagreements between VTA, the city, and BART over this project. And this was one of the reasons why I personally helped to oppose Measure A back in 2000. We voted also, people voted not only just for BART, but for other projects. And a lot of those projects are also imperiled, which once again, let's make sure to include safety features and what law mandates that VTA must innovate to get this project done. Somebody from council, please answer.
Blair Beekman, followed by Nathan Olsch.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. It's time I learned to be more accountable and work towards healing, and so that's what I'll try to do on this item. I've been talking a lot the past year about the possibility of a large earthquake in the Bay Area in 2023. This may or may not need to go into your planning for what you're considering with this BART project at this time. Again, I may or may not be correct. I am not sure. I need to make that very clear at this time, but to give yourselves choices, it can offer an important role for myself to do at this time. Good luck in how you'll be having to make plans for this next year and for the next few years in San Jose. And the future of BART itself, it's pretty high income right now. There can be a future where it can serve low income people better. Be prepared for that in this planning ideas, hopefully. Thank you.
Nathan Olsch, followed by Sandra.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, council members. My name is Nathan Olsch, the Director of Policy and Operations at the San Jose Downtown Association. Firstly, congratulations on the FTA letter of intent. Tremendous step on moving the project forward. We would like to recognize the memo from Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, Councilmember Perales, Cohen, and Davis. We would like to emphatically support items 3 and 5, the south end entrance, and BIF, respectively. We understand the concerns that the south end entrance may present to the current application process, but we have been discussing this for years now, and I believe this is feasible, either with the current application or parallel path to completion of the extension project. We look forward to the additional information as stated in the memo. Also, BIF is a very important item and an imperative that the city and VTA work on this before construction occurs. This needs to be addressed, and we would appreciate funds being allocated for this, as it will massively disrupt our downtown businesses. Thank you for the hard work on this project and the continued dialogue as this proceeds.
Ryan Globus, followed by Daniel Hulse.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Globus. I'm a resident of San Jose and I live near Diridon. First, I'd like to say that I am really excited about this project and bringing BART to downtown San Jose. And I also support the spirit of the memo introduced by the mayor and various council members. I would urge the VTA and all the relevant agencies to pursue an independent peer review because of the recent cost hike. My main concern is that at Diridon, the tunnel and the station are going to be so incredibly deep. And at the rest of Diridon, the tracks are going to be raised for Caltrain and high-speed rail and ACE and Amtrak, and that transfer will be incredibly difficult. Whenever I transfer from Caltrain to BART at Millbrae, it's always a roll of the dice. It's always kind of a mess, in part because of the bad decisions several decades ago. So please think long-term for this. Thank you.
Daniel, followed by Ryan.
Hello, you
Hi.
hear me? All right. So I just want to echo the speaker before me, as well as I use Diridon Station fairly often. I want to echo the mayor's memo, specifically point 1, where he talked about the need for a passenger-centric approach that emphasizes transit-oriented development and connections at Diridon. Probably the best thing they could do for that, though, and what I would like to see is re-exploring a shallower dual bore design, because the single bore is inherently wasteful and it represents a huge opportunity cost that takes from potential other capital projects in San Jose.
Ryan, followed by Roland.
Hi there, my name is Ryan. I'm speaking as a private citizen. First of all, I would like to say that I support the project extending BART into downtown San Jose, and I support the spirit of the memo introduced by Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and Council Members Perales, Cohen, and Davis. Thank you for this memo. We should be doing everything in our power to build the project. The memo elevates a number of needs that have been raised over time by various organizations, including Spur, Downtown Business Association, and advocates. And I would just like to highlight that the single bore alternative makes it inherently difficult to meet many of the goals that are outlined in the memo, including better integration, more transit-oriented development, etc. And we have a dual bore alternative that was carried through and studied throughout the supplemental environmental review from 2018 that would help us meet these goals much more efficiently. I support Spur's call for an independent peer review to understand the costs and benefits of dual bore versus single bore. Thank you very much.
Roland.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Oh, this is wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity. So let me start by echoing your direction to VTA to evaluate the most design flexible construction methods, such as progressive design build for CP4. But to be able to do what you're seeing in the picture, you actually need to start with CP2 itself, with the way that you design the downtown tunnel. Because if you don't, you will never be able to have entrances on both sides of the street. And quite frankly, nobody in their right mind goes around designing a flying saucer in a dense area like downtown San Jose. But in wrapping up, let me explain to you what this is. This is the concourse. I actually invited you to walk to that concourse in London 4 years ago. And the way the trip went is that you would enter the station from one end, walk to the concourse, which is 1/4 mile long, exit, and then walk back and ask yourself, how the heck did they ever?
Adina Levin.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and staff. Adina Levin with Friends of Caltrain, and wanted to really appreciate the memo from the mayor and colleagues, really calling out some very important issues of rider access and convenience that are required to get the high ridership transfer, the high ridership system that we need, including station access and the transfers, as well as the urban design issues in terms of having multiple entrances. And just wanted to echo what some others have been saying in terms of the fundamental issue may be the deep bore tunnel, and really urging the city council to support the call for a peer review to see about the cost as well as the rider convenience and urban design.
Back to council.
Great, thank you very much. Council Member Perales.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you to both staff from the city and VTA. 5 of us here serve on the VTA board as well, but this is a unique opportunity that we have to be able to have a presentation and conversation with both staffs. And so I appreciate that. And this is obviously a tremendously significant project for not just the city, for VTA as an agency, but for the entire region. And I think that's why certainly we stress the importance that we do. If you see in the memo we've written, collaboration is really the spirit of most of what's written in there in regards to the importance of some of these aspects as you're looking at it. And I wanted to see if either initially maybe our city staff had responses in regards to just the opportunities I think that we've proposed in there. A lot of this collaboration is already ongoing as you put through your presentation. So that's not something I think, that's a surprise what we're asking for. I think it's important that we spell it out as elected officials, both on the city wearing this hat, but I think as well from the VTA board members. And we'd just like to get a response from staff in regards to the requests that we have made, and I can sort of, I'll wait to your response and then see if I walk through a couple of them.
Thank you. Yeah, on the city side, our staff is supportive of the items in the memo. Obviously, a lot of them have requests of the VTA, and so I know you're going to ask them to respond as well. But we are supportive of the memorandum.
Thank you. And yes, same question to VTA staff. And have you had a chance to, hopefully you've had a chance to look it over? So.
Yes, yeah,
Okay,
we looked over the memo and regarding the BIF, which I know is an item of interest, we have engaged JC Lacey, and we did the small business assessment study, and then we're working with JC Lacey. They initiated the program for the LA Crenshaw project, and the approach for that is, once again, once we understand sort of what the means and methods and know what those impacts are much in developing the CTMP, we're looking at a program that we would identify criteria of when a business interruption fund would be warranted, right? Like what would be the criteria? And it could be, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a one size fits all. It would be customized to specifically any businesses that were unproportionately impacted above and beyond what normal kind of customary construction would be in the downtown core. So that's the approach to that. So we haven't developed the plan yet. We've just done all the analysis, and now we're looking at the plan development and what those triggers and criteria would be.
And do you think you would be able to meet the request of the direction in regards to prior to any heavy construction commencing, that we would be able to have that framework there actually more solidified?
Yeah, I definitely think we could identify what those triggers are and have what they are. We might not know what the actual impacts would be with the means and methods, but we could definitely have what the criteria is to implement the program.
Okay, thank you. And then drilling down a little bit more on one of the requests there, this is a major interest of mine, but I know it's also an interest of my colleagues and other colleagues on the VTA, as well as on the BART board. And that is the additional entrance that we've been talking about in the downtown station. And obviously we've had some look at this, and the initial cost estimate that we listed within our memo, I think really surprising just in regards to the potential cost for that. There are a number of opportunities that we discussed. I think the baseline one is enhanced safety at the street level crossing, which is not something that I'm in favor of, right? I think obviously would like that, the enhanced safety at street level crossing, but I don't want that to be the answer to this problem. And I think we've heard that from others as well. And so just really taking a deeper dive into that, I think that, you know, regardless of how we may have to approach that, recognizing it could be a parallel track, that is just something that I wanted to stress again here. And I know I have done so at the VTA board and to our staff. And so just wanted to reiterate that. And if there's a response that you wanted to give, please feel free to do so.
So yeah, as you know, we did look, probably it's been 18 months now, I think, at what would be the opportunities for a southern cross that's both at grade, above grade, and then under grade. And for the project, we're including that knockout panel, right? And then this other exploration would be like a companion project, much like we approached the pedestrian overcrossing in Milpitas, right? That was a separate companion project with a separate budget. It is not part of the federally environmentally cleared project that we've applied for under the FTA EPD program, but it is definitely something that we can continue to analyze and explore as a side companion project.
Thank you. And I know that that is maybe the path, obviously, right, that we're on now at this point to achieve it. But I don't want anybody to feel as though it's not important because it may be a companion project. I think it's a necessary project to align with our downtown station, and we'll continue to advocate for that. The other one is the recommendation on whether it's a percentage for art, but really just in general, just trying to get funding for artwork at the stations. And I know we had a private conversation about that, and I've been able to talk to the city staff as well, and understand now that you know, BART has their own requirements in regards to percentage for the arts. City does in regards to public works projects, and this will be another topic for potentially just the VTA board, because the VTA board doesn't necessarily have that same requirement. But I think that the inclusion of this, as we saw done at the Berryessa station, is truly going to be important. And also, I feel similar to the last topic, a necessity of the project. We don't want to sell ourselves short on the inclusion of public art in and amongst the stations. And we know that funding is the major hurdle here. And so that was really the direction there. And that was, again, kind of news to me in regards to I think the ability for achieving funding that is there within the city and BART, but not necessarily there as a policy requirement for VTA. So I wanted to just get your response here and publicly for the community as well.
Yeah, as far as developing a percentage or whatever, that would be VTA action, right, by the VTA board. But the reason we included in the DRC was to look at the spaces where public art could go to ensure that we would be able to facilitate it as the program developed, right? So we have identified opportunities to place public art. There are also possible opportunities as we pursue transit-oriented development to work with the developers on some of the public art. That doesn't necessarily have to be right in the station. It could be at or around the station area. So I think, once again, it's something that as the project, we are facilitating the opportunities, and we still need to explore how we can fund those and make those happen.
And then to the request that I made, I know this is happening, but just to hear the response as well and the collaborative sort of work that you'll be doing, and to formulate a strategy to actually make that a priority. That's something that VTA staff is comfortable with within the request there.
Yes, and the design review committees, the work is not done. That initial work was done, but as we advance the design of the project, we'll be re-engaging the design review committees, such as some aspects of those two ventilation structures at 13th Street and Stockton Avenue, and then when we get to the public art element. So yes, that work is yet to be done.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, this goes back to our city staff and really the city manager's office. I know VTA has its construction management plans around BART. It's really focused though on BART itself. As we know at the city, there's a lot of other development going on in the downtown core and right along where the stations are and where the BART line is going to be. And so I just want to be able to to, hear that response from our city administration in regards to that request number 7 on the info memo for our administration strategy on coordination, excuse me, with respect to the BART coming through downtown.
Thank you, Council Member. Jay Guevara, Deputy Director of Public Works. This is important to the city and to our department, and we have been coordinating internally as well as externally across all stakeholders to raise the best organization based on the success of our downtown construction management already often in District 3. We have looked at ways to coordinate from the permit and pre-design level that we're at right now, all the way to traffic control plans. As VTA shared in our upcoming, the first on the timeline is construction package 2. So once the awarded contracting team is available, that's when we can get into the details and operationalize that coordination to get into when and where impacts and mitigate those impacts appropriately. So we are on the cusp of having those meaningful, detailed, specific conversations, but the intent and the organization has been there internally and externally throughout.
Yeah, thank you. And I know my time has expired as well, but I appreciate the responses and the update, and I'll move to accept, if we need to accept the report.
Member, sorry to interrupt. I'd like to ask for one clarification on
Please.
item 5. That says ensure adequate funding as a condition of issuance of city permits. There are a number of permits we issued to VTA for this project for potholing and things like that. What I interpret that as prior to city council final approval of the traffic control mitigation plan, or the transportation mitigation plan, which will be in early 2023, which will be approved before major construction starts.
Yes, that is fine. Thank you.
All right. And the motion includes.
Oh, I'm sorry, to include the
memorandum.
The memorandum as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Memo you just
Second.
talked about. Okay.
Memo I just talked about.
The second is from Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Mahan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the status report. I appreciate it. Very excited about this project, and congratulations on the FTA LOI. I think it's incredibly exciting. I just have 2 very high-level questions for you. The first is, because I don't have the benefit of serving on the VTA board, for constituents of ours who are nervous about the potential for cost and timeline overruns, what should we be telling them you all are doing to ensure that as you head into the procurement process, we're doing everything we can to ensure that cost and time estimates are accurate?
That was a question in our minds as well as the FTA's mind, as you know, and we started that collaboration between us and the funding agency. And because, as you said, this is a unique project, it's an innovative project, FTA decided to give us 2 years under the LOI process, letter of intent, collect the bids from the contractors, see where we are, and then decided where we proceed next in terms of fixing the budget for the project. All indications are we are following every step under this LOI, and there is a sense of optimism that we're going to be very close to what our plans are.
It's good to hear. And are there any lessons we've learned from past procurement projects on large infrastructure projects you all have done that can be applied here?
Yes. There are a lot of lessons to learn here. And we know the evils of rail transit construction in high density urban areas. You see what's going on in San Francisco, what's going on in LA, what's going on in Washington Metro. And, I built the BART extension to SFO, and even it's not very dense urban area there, we collect a lot of lessons learned. For that, in collaboration with the FTA and the contractors, we're able to incorporate into our contract documents a lot of these lessons learned, to make you feel a little bit more comfortable. Utilities, then the number 2 red flag in rail transit projects are utilities. As you know, here we bypass the utilities, we're going under the utilities. For that, this is a good and a positive asset to us.
Great. Well, I hope the many lessons you've accumulated pay off in this case. Thank you for that. My second topic I just wanted to touch on, I'm sure no one really wants to think this far ahead, but just a crazy future we could live in. You mentioned San Francisco. I remember my time working in downtown San Francisco, where every 2 to 3 blocks, it seems, you stumble upon a BART station. In some crazy future in 30 years, if San Jose has the kind of urban density and vibrancy that we hope for, I've noticed that walk from Little Portugal to downtown is a pretty long one. And if down the road it ever became the case that we wanted to try to add a station somewhere there, are there decisions we need to make now to make that easier on our future selves or even future generations?
To add a fifth
In
station?
between, correct.
No, I don't think we're gonna have any.
It's never gonna happen.
But you know, I'm an engineer. Money no be a problem. We can figure a lot of it. But, I don't think so, Councilman Megan. I don't think we will be able to penetrate the skin of the tunnel to provide access for a fifth station, or if you like it, fourth station within the territory of the underground.
Okay. I hope 30, 40, 50 years from now, we don't regret, but I assume there's no decision we would make now differently, knowing that we might want to do that down the road, is there?
No decision.
No. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. And I'll thank my colleagues for their thoughtful memo. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I also want to join in the congratulations. You know, I think it got completely missed by the media, but we were the first region in the nation. We were the first agency, the first project in the nation. And I heard from colleagues from Seattle and lots of other cities, Phoenix, I know, that all wanted to get in the FDA program and to the EPD program. And it's a testament to a lot of great work. And I really appreciate, Dr. Stahl, that you've done to lead the project in the last couple of years through some really challenging waters. I want to just address one question that was raised by members of the public, and I know you've had to explain this a few times already, but if you could just sort of succinctly describe, why is it that the FTA did not provide a $9 billion cost estimate? So we understand what was and was not provided by the FTA in their most recent review.
So what the FTA did in their evaluation, which was based on a submittal and application that was done at a 10 to 15% design, was they looked at that early level of design and they based their cost on the added risk and contingencies and some schedule timing lengthening, which equated to dollar amounts. The FTA does not, and correct me if I'm wrong, because the FTA does not do cost analysis. It took our cost analysis. And the whole premise behind giving us those 2 years is so that we can advance design, we can look at those identified risks. They added a contingency, I think, of 40%. We were at like 33%. They added a higher inflation rate. So once we advance design and get more cost certainty from those bids, we will then do an updated cost estimate. So that's what they're giving us the opportunity to do, that updated cost analysis.
Okay, now we've heard in projects all throughout the country, there are cost escalations from the pandemic. So I expect there'll be some escalation as a result of all the challenges with the pandemic, supply, labor, et cetera. Is that right?
Right. Yes. I mean, I think there's the two facets, right? There are the things that are within our control, right? The way that we can deliver the project. And there are things like hard costs, like commodities and goods and labor, right? That we don't necessarily have control over those.
Right.
So yes.
So all the FTA did is they took our cost analysis, that is the VTAs, and they applied an escalator to it to account for a couple of different factors. One is very early stage of design we had, so they a lot of range to apply cover potential risk there. And then
I've been telling everybody, as you heard me before, FTA did not do a construction cost estimate.
Yeah,
they did not. They took our construction cost estimate. They came up with what they call a probabilistic assessment, probabilistic risk assessment. What if the gallon of gas is going to $7.50? What if the labor doesn't come to work in Silicon Valley because of COVID, because of many, many reasons, you know better than I, macroeconomic reasons, microeconomic market reasons. but they had to consider all this stuff. And that's what they did. And you can see if you go to the summary I provided last week, it's really like a flat number, 30% on everything.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, Tex. I just want to make sure that the public heard it clearly because it seems to be a misunderstanding, and I think it hasn't been helped in the way it's been conveyed. So I want to make sure everyone has a clear picture. We're going to know more, I guess, when we start getting bids back on our first couple construction packages, and look forward to that happening in the next few months. Okay. Any other comments or questions? I'm looking now online. My colleagues, I don't see any hands. So let's vote on the motion from Councilmember Perales and seconded by Councilmember Davis.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe, aye. Davis, Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you both for your patience. Okay, item 8.1 are actions related to declarations suspending enforcement of certain provisions of land use permits and approvals, also known as the Alfresco program, but somehow obfuscated through a really bureaucratic header. Blage is here. Welcome, Blage and Nancy. She has a presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nancy Klein, Office of Economic Development, Cultural Affairs. Very brief presentation, wanting to say that we have learned and gleaned insights from the hardships of the pandemic. And one of the valuable lessons learned is the value of Alfresco. It helps sustain our small business community, and it helps to enhance placemaking in San Jose. Blage will now provide a brief overview of the project outcomes and staff recommendations.
Thank you, Nancy. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Remembering how to do this. It's been so long since I sat here. So I'm here to present on the Alfresco program and the transition from temporary to a more permanent state. So just very quickly, back to the basics. We brought this program forward upon council direction in May of 2020. Since then, we passed 5 emergency orders extending of various types of alfresco outdoor business operations through December 31st of this year. It's been a pretty intense effort with a variety of city departments, 8 to be exact, throughout the last 18 months or so. And luckily, the council approved 2 different appropriations in the 2021 budget and also in the 21-22 budget to continue the program. The 5 orders that were passed and kind of areas of focus included public sidewalks, privately owned parking lots, on-street parking spaces, also known more commonly as parklets. We closed streets to vehicular traffic, 3 in particular, to allow for outdoor business operations. We allowed for operations in parks and plazas and also on city-owned parking lots. And so what we saw throughout the city was that kind of both officially and unofficially, we had a number of businesses that did take advantage of the alfresco operations as a result of the fact that many of their capacities were limited throughout the pandemic. And so this slide kind of reflects the official numbers, and I think we all know that it's likely that the unofficial numbers, especially for private property utilization, is far, far greater than what we have here. And so we are proud, probably most proud of the 600 plus business outreach engagement that was done through the PRNS placemaking team during the summer of 2020, in which they basically helped to activate 19 sites, at least 1 in each council district, and they were in the most heavily impacted zip codes. And so that was really a yeoman's effort on their part. And then throughout the year, we were able to achieve 3 street closures, as we talked about 20 parklet installations and additional sidewalk seating, We had 17 permits for park use, and we have 136 private property registrations. These are just a few photos of kind of alfresco IRL in real life. So we had all parts of the city covered: Willow Glen, downtown, the west side, the east side, and so very, very proud of how awesome it actually looks. And so the recommendations that we're bringing forward to you today are basically the following. With respect to public sidewalks and on-street parking spaces, we are proposing that we allow the current emergency orders to expire at the end of this year. But what will happen is that staff actually has, the administration actually has the ability to make some program adjustments that would be needed to basically help current participants transition from the temporary alfresco program into the public works kind of permanent program that the city has. And specifically with on-street parking spaces, we're really happy to report that we're working with the Knight Foundation to expand and stabilize the utilization of the city's permanent program. And so some of the funds, the intention is that some of the funds that have been allocated, specifically the $700,000 through the past budget action, would go towards assisting businesses with their permits and also the build out of permanent parklets. With respect to private parking lots, we're proposing that we extend the current emergency order through February. That basically gives us enough time to actually implement a new ordinance for the operations on private property. We are anticipating that staff is going to be bringing forward some recommendations to council that would lift minimum parking requirements on private property. And so at that point, should council approve that, we would create an administrative process for businesses to receive a permit to continue their operations on private parking, private property. And this is a result of a poll of even just our 135 registrants. We sent out a note that said, would you want to continue doing the outdoor operations that you've been doing, and did receive a pretty significant positive response. The remaining recommendations are to allow the emergency orders for plazas, parks, and city-owned parking lots to expire as they will on December 31st. And with respect to the street business areas, our recommendation is to extend the current emergency order through June of 2022 and to work with community stakeholders, specifically in actually all three of the locations under the current new legislation that was passed by the state of California just recently, to figure out if we can have a more permanent street closure under the kind of the Slow Streets program. But there's a process for community outreach that needs to be conducted before we can get to that place. So allowing the current emergency order to extend through June gives us the opportunity to do the work that we need to do. And with that, I'm here to take your questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Blage. Thank you for the great work of the whole team and of you in making all this happen. All right, let's go to the public.
Paul Soto.
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'm gonna be in attendance at those meetings, and I'm gonna have pictures of all the victims of COVID that allows you to speak so gleefully about how much profit you are making off of the blood of my people. It wasn't just the East. There was Mexicanos, Latinos, and Chicanos that passed away because they were working to ensure that you guys had food, that your stores were stocked, that your shelves were stocked, that your food was cooked, and that it was driven to you. And yet you're going to speak like this about that kind of debt that happened to these people? I mean, are you guys really that disconnected from any kind of moral or ethical authority that you could possibly assert within the context of these meetings? I mean, this is just, disgusting. I mean, this is like a violation of Hanukkah, Kenokline, when they came into the temple and they desecrated it for.
Tessa Woodmansey.
Yes, and going along with Paul Soto's,
comments about the desecration, because you have desecrated the public spaces. We don't have a space for our bicycles. We have to ride in the streets. We don't have a place that's safe for us to walk because you put the restaurants on our sidewalks. On the Alameda, the restaurant there takes over the sidewalk, and the Alameda has no bike lane. There's not even a bike lane. It's so unsafe to ride on the Alameda. And then, you know, San Fernando that has a bike lane. There is no longer that. You gave it to the restaurants, and we're even giving money to the restaurants to expand their stuff. We're paying for it as our city. And then when you spend the money for the license plate readers, that will be for, you know, the businesses that are getting ripped off, and you don't care about the lives that are being lost on our street, that we can't get speeding cameras, but we can get it for the businesses. As soon as the businesses want it, we've got the license plate readers, but, you know, we couldn't get that for our Vision Zero. And, you know, you are making it worse for our vision.
David Eisbach. David?
Yes. I have to pass for a few minutes. If you would come to me a little later, please.
You are the final speaker.
All right, then I'll have to let it go by.
Okay. Back to council.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Blage, for all your work on this program. I know it has been a lifeline to many businesses and their ability to keep their employees during the pandemic. So I just want to thank you for that, and also for coming up with the idea to work with the Knight Foundation to streamline the process for parklet designs. I'm very grateful for that. So thank you. I did want to ask a couple of questions. The expiration of December 31st for the public sidewalks and the on-street parking or the parklets, is that enough time for all of the transition? What I want to avoid is anyone having to stop doing what they're doing so that they can restart it because the process got hung up in permitting. That's my concern.
Yeah, so thanks, Councilmember Davis. The difference in both the sidewalk and the parklet emergency orders is that the administration actually has the ability to administratively change some parameters of the program. So nothing will have to stop. We will be able to kind of continue on an administrative level to transition folks. So we'll continue to have the K-rail out for the folks that have parklets. We'll transition the people that have sidewalk seating into the permanent program. There are, you know, some fees associated with the sidewalk seating permit. They're pretty low fees, and it's a pretty streamlined process that was streamlined right before COVID. And so no one will have to have their operations interrupted.
That is very good news. I'm grateful to hear that. In terms of the plazas, what was the thinking behind letting that expire as opposed to just folding that into the public sidewalk program?
Basically, we really didn't have any users in the plazas throughout the program, and so there really wasn't, so twofold, there really wasn't the need. We didn't see the need to continue that ability. Second of all, we knew that, you know, or hopeful that special events are going to come back strong. Basically, the plazas are located downtown. You can tell right now that one of our central plazas, the Circle of Palms, is obviously taken up by the outdoor ice rink. And so it just, at this point, didn't make sense because we knew that we were going to have increased special event activity. So it was a combination of the two.
Okay, so there aren't currently any users on those plazas?
No, there is a user, for instance, on the Circle of Palms Plaza, but not under the Alfresco program. Was specifically for businesses to bring their business operations outdoors, right? And so what we found is that people were not, we did have some users in the parks, but we did not have people kind of take us up on the ability to utilize the plazas for a variety of different reasons. And so it just didn't seem prudent to continue it because we didn't have any takers, plus the special events were starting to ramp back up.
Thank you. And yes, I'm very excited to have Downtown Ice back. So always a fun event. I again want to thank you also for reaching out to the business associations, especially I know you reached out to the Willow Glen Business Association for their feedback on the program. So I do want to thank you for all of the outreach to the associations and really trying to make this program work. It has proved to be an invaluable asset to those small businesses and really a lifeline over the pandemic. So I'm glad that we're able to continue this going forward. So with that, I will move staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Foley?
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this to us. I love the alfresco program. It's really wonderful, and it is a lifeline to our small businesses that are surviving because of it. I have a couple of questions, though, and one is triggered by the timeline where this expires as of 12/31, and Blage, you said that you're not going to be shutting businesses down right there, but I'm mindful that it is New Year's Eve, and that is a big time that our restaurants might be benefiting by people being out. So they're still good through the 31st, and then January 1st, they have to go through this new permitting process. What will that look like beyond December 31st for them?
So it'll look a little bit different depending on what you're doing, right? Basically for the private property operations, that will continue because we're going to have a new non-emergency, just a new ordinance that will allow people to continue to do that work, their business operations on private property. For the street business areas, we are extending the street closures, so that doesn't change. For the sidewalk seating and the parklets, basically, again, we have the administrative abilities to make adjustments in the current permanent program. And so our intention is to continue, and what we will do, not just our intention, what we will do is continue to allow folks to have their parklets where they are, the way they are, and transition them at the time that these open source designs are ready, or at the time that they're ready to come in with their own design to a permanent parklet. So really, we don't need the emergency order.
Okay.
Is basically what it is. Like, we don't need the emergency order at this point in time. We have them in place, and administratively, we can just transition them into the permanent program, and we'll be using some of the funding that was allocated by the council for grants in order to help defray the costs for permitting and potentially for construction.
Okay, so I don't know the answer to this, and I thought that the alcohol that was allowed outside in some of these restaurants was because of the emergency order. Is that from the governor, or is that not correct? Does that go away and we have to do something to make sure? Okay.
It
Can
doesn't.
you explain
It's
that
through
to
the
me?
state.
Okay.
Yeah, it's through the state ABC, and so they're continuing to allow that to occur.
Okay. And so the hoops that the businesses will have to jump through for the parking spaces, let's say, what will that look like? And what kind of cost will they have to incur to obtain the permits that they need? Do we know what that's going to be yet?
So we do have a permanent, and we've had a permanent program for parklets under the management and implementation of our Public Works Department. And so what's happened is that we have in the past, or what we will be doing, or intend to do, is to provide grants that are going to offset the costs for permits, for Public Works review and inspection, and could be used toward the construction of the parklet. And so what will happen is we will work them through and walk them through the normal process. Once either those open source designs are available, that will be available to them free of charge. The Knight Foundation intends to do that. If they decide that they want a different design, then potentially what happens is that they will be able to utilize the funding, the grant funding, towards those costs.
And does the grant funding and the process apply, is it the same that you'll be implementing for private parking lots that are converted? No.
So that'll be a little bit different. That will be if the council approves lifting the minimum requirements for parking for some uses, then what we'll do is we'll come up with an administrative process in which somebody will be able to obtain a permit. And our intention is to make that as easy and streamlined as possible. It will likely be that if a business is within certain proximity to residential, it won't just be an administrative over-the-counter permit, because one of the things that we have experienced is in neighborhoods that are maybe not used to as much outdoor noise, there has been some conflict, and so that's probably going to take a wider community stakeholder outreach approach.
So, so two questions then. When will the requirements or when will you be bringing that back to council for us to approve the requirements regarding parking, private parking, and parking requirements?
I believe, so that is actually something that PBCE and DOT are working on. I believe the time frame is about March, kind of February, March.
Okay, so these businesses will continue to, will be able to continue in business until that comes back? And
yeah, and until there's an actual administrative process established, and we will be in contact with them as that moves forward.
Wonderful, thank you. The other thing, and you brought it up, but it's on my list, is businesses who are close to residences. We've had some issues with that in my district, District 9. I'm sure every district has, where a business, an indoor restaurant or bar, has now moved outdoors, and it's right next to a residential neighborhood. And it's problematic. They're playing, they may not have received their permits, they may have just opened up, and we've notified code enforcement of that too and had some issues with that. But how will we be dealing with those businesses that are so close to residences?
So our intention is to have, as I said, a use permit process, not just it be administrative. And so businesses, I think right now we're saying that businesses need to be in our temporary parameters at least 150 feet from residential. And so our idea is kind of using that general distance measurement, that's likely what will trigger a special use permit, and that has a community engagement and outreach process. So there'll be an opportunity for the community to engage in a discussion about what the challenges are, how they're feeling about it, and we'll be able to have that process play out.
Okay. And is that something that will come to the CED committee before it comes here, or will it just come directly to the city council?
The minimum, the parking requirements,
Yeah.
that will come to council.
Okay.
I don't believe that will come to committee, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And last question, since we're talking al fresco, it's the time to bring up street closures. It seems to me that there are, particularly in the downtown area, and there may be other areas, that it just seems natural to be keeping the closing street. I'm thinking of San Pedro, although Councilmember Perales may have different opinions about that. But where are we, what is the process for identifying those streets that we might be able to permanently close? Or are we looking at that, and when might we be able to consider that?
So the three streets that are currently closed under al fresco are Coronado Avenue, Post Street, and San Pedro. And so they're all kind of at different points and have different percentage of stakeholders that are either interested in keeping it permanently closed or reopening it. And so really we're going to take kind of each on their own merits, each for their own situation. And the idea is that now that we have this recent state legislation around slow streets that has its own kind of parameters and requirements that we have to kind of look at, we're going to kind of take each one of those and work each one of those separate in individual situations. Like, for instance, on Post Street at this point in time, there is not general agreement between the stakeholders. And so what's going to happen is Post Street is actually going to reopen after the first week in January. But everybody's committed to a conversation about potentially a hybrid street closure on Post Street. Maybe it's something on the weekends. So we're taking each one of those individually for what they are and the different situations that they present.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'm very excited about this program and and have it continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. First off, we have some registrations that aren't logged into the council districts. I wanted to just get a sense from you about where they are. One of the things I was happily surprised to see was that there are places all over the city, literally all over the city, that are taking advantage of this. I think this is one of the good things to have come out of the pandemic. And so I wanted to ask a little bit more about where those are and a little bit more about what you're seeing before I go to my second question.
Sorry. We do luckily have a pretty good spread throughout all the council districts of folks that have registered, right? Again, so this is a self-registration process, and we've been trying to get the word out, letting folks know that there is this very simple registration process. And so we do have representation of at least there's only three council districts that have under double-digit representation, actually 4. But every council district has some folks registered, ranging from the lowest at 5 to the highest at 20 businesses in a council district that are registered. And so, so we see that people are doing it both officially and unofficially all over the city.
Thank you. And I had a follow-up on that because when we had the crash, we had the whole discussion about registrations, and I know we went out and talked to a lot of folks, and actually we had 2 in District 7, and went out and talked to folks, encouraged them to register, and there was dialogue about how to make these spaces more safe, particularly in some of these busy areas. And so I noticed that the money includes, where is it? Eek. The design, materials, performing public outreach, implementing planned maintenance activities, improving ADA accessibility, and providing public access during non-business hours. How are we addressing the safety aspects of this so that we don't lose sight of that? Because particularly as the weather gets better, hopefully people will still be out and enjoying what the city has to offer.
Yeah, so council member, we did, when those really tragic and unfortunate accidents did happen, we did make some changes and put some additional information on the website, and kind of we're talking to folks as they registered about other ways that they could better ensure safety, because obviously these parking lots were meant to be parking lots. They weren't, set up to be places of business operations. And so, so that's what we did kind of in that for the temporary program. For the permanent program, if the minimum parking requirements are lifted, and if and when we get to this point where we've got an administrative permit that people would need to come in and get in order to do operations, then part of again, this is not fully baked at this point in time, but part of the thinking is that there would be a checklist and there would be parameters that folks conditions by which people would have to abide for their permit. And part of this would be along the addressing safety, ADA accessibility, hours of operation, noise levels, kind of all of that is wrapped in to the permit that they would be getting.
Thank you for that. And I think the sites in Little Saigon and then in Little Placita, they're both very busy places, but they're a little bit different. And I just don't want to lose sight of safety as we move forward, because this is a wonderful thing. But, you know, what would be a fender bender normally becomes tragic without that, right? And so I know previously we talked about sharing the information of the barriers that they can rent and things like that. I just don't want to lose sight of that. So we just hand them a checklist, that we really draw attention to some of the safety aspects, because I don't ever want, you know, people to forget that these spaces, as you mentioned, were not designed for this, but there's ways that we can mitigate that, and we want to encourage them to do that. So if we could just highlight that a little bit more, I think that would be helpful, and to avoid future tragedies. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, staff, for bringing this forward. Echo some of the comments and concerns from my colleagues. I just have one specific area of interest that wasn't completely called out in the memo, but if I'm reading it all correctly, Post Street would be part of the inclusion of the extension till June 30th. Is that correct or no?
So what we are asking for is the ability to extend a street closure through June 30th.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily mean that we have to do it. We would just have the ability to do it. And so specifically, actually, in the case of Post Street, there isn't agreement between the stakeholders on the street. And so we've met with the businesses on the street. And at this point, where we are is that Post Street will actually reopen by the end of the first week in January. And we'll continue discussions with all of the stakeholders about what a potential closure or partial closure might look like.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, it wasn't specified. My understanding from conversations with my team was that we were going to maybe look more towards like a weekend potentially closure. Right. And the understanding that we had and that we had communicated with the businesses there was that this would be ending, at least on Post Street,
right,
at around the 31st. Now it looks like I think the week after is better, clearly after the New Year and stuff. Gives us time. And I'm excited about even a weekend closure on Post Street, given the concerns that we had from the daytime businesses like the dry cleaner, as you know, Blage. And to your questions, Pam, or interest, certainly I think San Pedro, you know, an idea of something that comes close, if not all the way to a permanent closure is where we're headed. And there's a lot of support around that. And so I look forward, and hopefully the 6 months will allow us an opportunity to finalize that. So thanks.
I have a bit of an odd question for you, Blage, but you're used to it, I know. Have we looked much into just buying the K-Rail?
Well, as a matter of fact, we have.
Oh, fabulous. Because I know this stuff is really expensive to lease, right?
You know, it's not as much about the expense to rent it, and obviously things have ebbed and flowed, right? We've removed some of the K-Rail and parklets as occupancies, and the ability to have people indoors, you know, has increased. And so we're continuing to see if this would make sense, not only for alfresco, but for other needs, right? Yeah. Whether it be DOT or special events. Right. And really kind of at the time, 18 months ago, when we talked about whether or not we should just buy them, our two biggest kind of roadblocks were more about where we would store all of the K-Rail and also how we would move it from place to place, right? We didn't have the equipment needed to make those moves. So that's kind of what we're re-exploring again, but we have opened that conversation back up.
And I know that, you know, we've seen in some other cities some better looking designs, let's say, for these barriers. Have we explored much around?
I'm sure, and none of the artists will take offense. None of the artists that beautified the barriers will take offense.
I love the art. I love the art, of course, but perhaps the canvas could be improved.
Yes, yes. So, I mean, that's really the intention, right, with the funding that's been allocated, and the desire to transition the folks that want to transition from the temporary to the permanent, right? And what we get with that transition is the removal of the K-rail. We get a more sophisticated, a more appropriate design through our existing permanent program. So that is absolutely what we were going to be doing and the intention.
Great, thank you. And thanks to the Knight Foundation for their support. All right, any other questions? Let's vote on the motion from Councilmember Prowls, I think. Is that right?
Did I make a motion?
I'm not sure. Maybe I accuse you of
Did
making
anybody make a motion?
You just did.
I
Councilmember
did.
Davis did.
Oh,
Councilmember Davis made the
did, yes,
motion.
yes.
That was it. Thank you, Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco, Davis? Yes. Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas? Yes. Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Licardo?
Aye.
Going back to Carrasco? Aye. Thank you.
Yes, for Jimenez as well.
All right. And Tony, you got that one. Is that right? Okay,
Yes.
great. Item 8.2 is the Measure E Real Property Transfer Tax Refund Pilot Program for qualifying nonprofit real property transfers. We do have a presentation. Welcome, Michelle.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Rachel Vanderveen, Deputy Director with the Housing Department, and I'm joined today by Michelle McGurk, Assistant to the City Manager in the Office of Administration, Policy, and Intergovernmental Relations in the City Manager's Office. We have a brief presentation regarding the proposed pilot program for Measure E refunds for some real estate transfers made by nonprofits and by affordable housing developers. I'd like to begin by providing some history on Measure E and the concept of a nonprofit exemption. In March of 2020, the San Jose voters passed Measure E, establishing a transfer tax, raising funds specifically for creating affordable housing to address the needs of our community. In January 2021, the City Council provided direction to explore options for a refund program targeted to nonprofit organizations. Today, we return to you with a pilot program dating back to January 1st, 2021, and running through June 30th, 2023. Our team has developed the parameters for a refund and an ordinance documenting the proposed program criteria. The City Council approved the allocation of Measure E funds collected to be spent on addressing problems of homelessness and the lack of affordable housing in our community. 3/4 of the funds are dedicated to creating new affordable housing for our low-income households, as well as setting aside a portion for moderate-income households and homeless prevention efforts. These needs remain a high priority for our community. I will now turn the presentation over to Michelle, who will provide an outline of the policy considerations made in work in proposing this program.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Michelle McGurk from the City Manager's Office. In developing today's recommendation, we faced a difficult challenge. We were trying to balance critical and competing needs, as shown here. Our goal was to ensure that for each refund of the Measure E tax, the benefits to our community will outweigh the loss of funding and services in the Measure E program. As we state in the memo, there are more than 2,600 nonprofits registered in San Jose. So we can't really tell how many refund requests we'll get, and we don't want to create unintended consequences. That's why we're recommending a 2-year pilot that is focused. This slide shows the nonprofit services and grant making that would be eligible for a refund when the property is sold in the areas as you directed us of education, community-based health service, affordable housing, and human services. This is our best attempt to meet your council direction and balance the Measure E goals and the needs of our low-income communities that you had previously outlined. You do have a letter from Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits, and we met with them. Thanks to the deferral, the unexpected deferral last week, we were able to meet with them and work out the issues. And we understand the concerns they've raised about the human services category. And the supplemental memo outlines an updated definition of human services, as shown here. And the text is also redlined in the draft ordinance that is with you. Again, we will continue to evaluate, and as the mayor and councilmember Mann's memo proposes, we do plan to keep evaluating the pilot and monitoring any gaps or challenges to the program. So how it would work, it's not just the categories, but we wanted to ensure the benefit to our low-income residents through the pilot program. So first, when a nonprofit comes in to apply for the refund, we would need to check that, first of all, they have a track record of service in San Jose. It is not that hard to start a nonprofit, and we want to make sure that they've been doing the work in these categories, not just saying that they're going to in the future. Second, they would dedicate the sale proceeds from the land sale to charitable purposes. And then three, they would use a portion of those proceeds specifically to serve low-income San Jose residents. And that amount would need to be equal to 3 times or 300% of the total Measure E refund. And it would have to be spent in our defined categories. So what this means is that if the Measure E refund totals $20,000, the nonprofit would provide $60,000 in services or grant making in the eligible categories in a 3-year period. If the refund is larger, say $250,000, then the services or grant making would total $750,000. And we have seen some pretty large land sales in the last year, so those larger numbers are, could happen. So now Rachel will talk about the affordable housing piece of the proposed program.
So the pilot program also includes a refund for Measure E taxes charged as part of a real estate transaction resulting in new construction or acquisition rehabilitation of affordable housing. To qualify for this refund, the affordable housing must be serving low-income households for at least 30 years, and the transaction must be made by a nonprofit or a partnership with a nonprofit partner. So today we are presenting to you the first reading of the ordinance for this program. The second reading will be held on December 14th, and the ordinance will be effective 30 days after the second hearing. That concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Michelle, for your work on this. Let's go to the public, and we'll come back.
Paul Soto?
Yes, also from the Horseshoe. In the summer of 2020, I took 4 bullets. 4 bullets were fired in my direction while Councilwoman Armendariz was on the phone, and she heard those bullets fired at me because of my advocacy against Somos, Victor Vasquez, and Camille, against Si Se Puede Collective, and the corruption that was going on since 2016 when that non-disclosure agreement was signed. 4 bullets fired at me because of my advocacy against what's happening right here, right now, because those organizations were working with Google and the developers. That's why Quetzal Gardens, it has no residents in it from that barrio. I mean, this needs to be talked about, put on the table, and then we just look at the truth and see it for what it is. because Victor Vasquez was the first person that I called the very next day that I was threatened. And he knows that that phone call occurred. I got that stuff on my phone. So you chime in, Victor.
Sandra?
I'm concerned about the effectiveness of the money being spent. Instead of matching the money, I would rather have metrics on how effective the money is spent. It should not be used to cover salaries or any other expenses. It should be something that's directly given to support the mission of the nonprofit. In hindsight, I'm not sure we should be providing refunds for this until we have the metrics in place to assure that the services that are delivered are truly effective. Thank you.
Jill Borders?
Thank you. I gotta admit, I'm against this. I feel like when in the presentation she said there are 2,600 nonprofits, and I personally know that there are wonderful nonprofits out there. I know that, but there are also so many useless nonprofits and people that are not producing, in my opinion, anything valuable for society, and kind of just sucking the life out of meetings and everything else. And so I would encourage you to vote against this and seriously forget all these refunds. I was also very concerned because in it says that they can be a partnership. So we're going to end up having like all these refunds going out to essentially these private companies who just sort of partner with.
This would be, but it is difficult for us to do that. We do know about the one affordable housing transaction, that it was about $400,000 paid in Measure E funds, and that was a single real estate transaction.
So a very valuable piece of real estate was sold.
Correct, which there
Great.
are a few of those in San Jose.
Yeah, thank you. Final question is related to the voter approval of Measure E. Nora, do we have any concerns about this needing to go to the voters as a change, or this is within our purview to make this change without their approval?
Thank you, council member. It is within your purview. So you are able to move forward with this proposed change and this pilot.
Okay, great. Thank you. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
I appreciate the good questions from Councilmember Foley. Just maybe wanted to add, this is something that's actually been discussed and contemplated even before this got to the voters. We couldn't actually change the language at that point. It had been submitted. But after conversations in the philanthropic and nonprofit community, it just became apparent, 501c3s are exempt from virtually every other kind of tax. And it seemed onerous for us to be imposing this. So in any event, Councilmember Mahan?
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate the staff supplemental. Just wanted to confirm that I'm perfectly fine with removing the second recommendation. And I appreciate that we are applying this refund pilot in a very narrow and thoughtful way with the opportunity to come back and learn and answer questions like the ones that Councilmember Foley just asked. I too am interested to know what the magnitude of this refund might be. I think I'll just note the substance of what's left in the memo that we authored is really just outlining what we hope to see in the progress report in just over 6 months from now when we come back in June, and hopefully get a little more of an understanding of how this is working, what the scope of the refunds are, and are we leaving out nonprofits where there are where that unintended consequence is continuing to appear, and we may want to make adjustments at that time. So looking forward to learning more in June. Hopefully this approach will not reduce significantly reduce the resources that we gain through Measure E, but also eliminate that unintended consequence for nonprofits that are doing the very kind of work we want to incentivize. So with that, I will move adoption of the staff recommendation along with recommendation 3 in our memo.
Second.
All right, motion and second. Let's vote.
Mayor, wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So just a quick clarification on the definition. It's the definition in the presentation, correct? That's what
Yes,
we're going to go
the
with?
supplemental memo is part of your motion. Is that
Oh,
right,
yeah, yeah.
Councilmember Mahan?
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So then paragraph 2 would be modified accordingly. Is that right?
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, great. Any other questions? All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, we now have 2 items left on the calendar, but we know these are very lengthy items that are both scheduled to begin at 6 o'clock. So why don't we take a half-hour break for dinner and come back at 6? Any objection? Okay, we'll see you after dinner.